Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me in the back? Raise your hand if you can hear me. Welcome to the City of Palm Coast City Council Workshop. Today is Tuesday, August 26, 2025, at City Hall. This meeting is officially called to order. If you could, please silence all your devices and stand with me for the Pledge of Allegiance, a short moment of silence.
United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Please be seated. Ms. Allison, please call the roll.
Mayor Norris.
Here.
Vice Mayor Pontieri. Present. Councilmember Gambaro. Here. Councilmember Miller.
Here.
And Councilmember Sullivan.
Here.
All members are present.
Thank you, sir. We're going to begin with public participation. I would remind everyone, no defamatory comments and no profanity if you can help it. And with that, please come up if you have anything to say to the council. Opening comments. If it's on the agenda, if it's an agenda item, please wait until the agenda item. You will be afforded time to speak then. Yes, ma'am, Miss Jeannie.
Good morning, Jeannie Duarte. I actually rented a car to be here today and for the Charter Review Committee meeting last night. I found it kind of interesting how y'all appointed members that are accustomed to chairing meetings. However, you decided to hire a moderator, and a little bird whispered in my ear that this moderator was hired for $250 per hour with a minimum of $12,000. So I'm curious, as it's really not necessarily customary to hire somebody, especially in this economic time of stress, to be a moderator for such a group. So I'm curious to why. Also, too, the review is really not due until 2028, so why now? And I asked Miss Georgette last night where she's from. She's from Jacksonville, so are we paying actually for her travel as well? And apparently she works for a Jemison law firm or something similar to that, if I caught it correctly. I believe somebody up here is associated or was associated with that law firm. Maybe we can clarify some of that. And I find it fascinating how Miss Georgette poses a striking resemblance to Miss Crew, the attorney that represented the city against the lawsuit against Norris.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and council persons. I'm Mike Cochiola from Palm Coast, but I'm also president of the Friends of the Library Flagler. And I thought I would spend just a minute or so explaining what that is. Right now, our library system consists of the Palm Coast Library and a small thing down in Marble Gardens on Route 100. But soon, in December, we will be opening the second branch, the Bunnell branch. Now, I don't speak for the library. I am separate from the library, but the Friends of the Library Flagler is chartered by the state of Florida as a 501c3. And our mission in our charter is to raise money for the library because while the county provides funds for the infrastructure of the library, building and things like that, the county does not fund all of the myriad of programs that are put on by the library every year for young children, young adults, older adults, and seniors. And that runs from everything from reading programs all year long to chair yoga for seniors, learn how to use your computer, learn how to use your iPhone, cooking classes, entertainment things so that seniors can do that, go to the library, We just recently had a singer come and sing old standards, and we were packed with seniors attending that. So we're more than just a library. It's more than just books. It's far more than just books. It is almost a civic center for citizens of all ages. Now, I know this council has discussed augmenting some of the funds that were cut by the commission this year for next year. They didn't cut this year; they cut next year. They cut every year. They do cut every year. But anyway, we are charged with buying and paying for all of those programs, sponsoring all of the programs every day, all year long. And I will say this: in the summer, we sponsored and paid for a reading program for young children. Over 5,000 kids from Flagler County attended that reading program. We get at that library 20,000 citizens per month going to that library. We get hundreds upon hundreds of people just coming for their passports, which the library does. You can get your passport renewed or get a new passport through the library. There are so many things beyond books, but there are lots of books. We recently had a bookstore sale. We sell our Friends of the Library Flagler. We collected $3,172 selling books at 25 cents a piece. People were carting these books out in bags. I know because I was helping them with the little red wagon. But anyway, I wanted to bring that to the council to know just who the Friends of the Library are and what role we play with the library, and to ask for your support, not only for the library system, but remember the Friends of the Library Flagler. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else for public comment? Yes, ma'am, Ms. Henry.
Denise Henry, Palm Coast. I just noticed a very disheartening thing this past week. There's a new sign going up at the end of Palm Coast Parkway. I call it westbound, and Belterre. It's one of those black tiled, shiny tile, and they don't have the letters on yet. And I just, for the budget coming up and for strategic action plan, we need to just stop with discretionary spending, because to me this is discretionary. We don't need a beautified sign. We need lights, we need road fixed, and we need water and our sewage system. So all those funds that were being wasted on those kind of things for the next several years, I think we have to cut out. And then another thing is, I noticed today I was cleaning up my bedroom. I still have a Palm Coast 25th anniversary Christmas ornament in the green plastic bag, because last year I received 3 of them. And I only have 1 tree, and I tried to give it away to friends. Nobody wanted it. So why are we giving giveaways like that? It's just a waste of money. So I just want to say that we really need, all the departments need to tighten their budgets with those kind of spendings. That I think the citizens would appreciate more than anything.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, sir, Mr. Webb.
Mark Webb, Palm Coast. I had the pleasure of attending the charter meeting last night. Great kickoff. Quite a few residents were here. But I noticed and was informed there was no video. There was no YouTube presentation. And I queried some of the members, and they directed me to bringing it to you and for you to at least ask the question, when we're doing and presenting and offering a public forum like today, that we would use all media sources available to share with the public what's happening. After the meeting, I was contacted by multiple people that were frustrated because they went to our YouTube channel, Palm Coast. There was nothing there. There was nothing recorded. Part of the benefits of doing that would be there would be a face of all the people that you guys have selected that are going to be processing and working on our charter. It is critical and ultimately the most important thing I believe that's happening in the next 7 or 8 months of the review of the Palm Coast Charter in its entirety. So I would pose this suggestion that the city use all of its media capabilities to publicly be transparent and produce a video, audio, YouTube presentation of this meeting, which I don't believe the next ones are until after the 4 town halls that are occurring based on the schedule I saw. And also to actually consider other board meetings that may be of value to share with the public, whether it be whatever the meetings that you guys have that produce, maybe that would generate some interest. Maybe that would show some people that would want to step up, volunteer, see what's going on. We have the capacity. We have the ability. We should be using it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else for public comment? Yes, ma'am, Ms. Paulette.
Good morning, Paulette Hatfield in the F section. I just want to say thank you for all you do, Lauren. You're a rock star. I appreciate, and I know that the city residents appreciate all that you do to help us and provide a decent budget and do all the things that you've done. You have really stepped up to the plate, and I thank you for that. Also, there is a group of graduates from the 55th Citizens Academy of Palm Coast that are going to be conducting another expo. We had one in January, we had another one, and now we will have one on Thursday, September 25th at the Palm Coast Community Center. I urge you all to attend and all residents to attend. It's a great opportunity to meet with all the different people that represent different nonprofits, and it's going to be a great show, so I do appreciate if you will come. It's between 5:30 and 7:30 in that evening. Thank you.
Thank you, man. Anyone else for public comment? Yes, sir.
I'd just like to talk about the golf course.
State your name for the
Oh,
record, sir.
William Bellick, and talk about the golf course. My development
Pull
is
the mic up closer to you, sir, so we can.
Mr. Mayor,
my development is alongside of the.
It's on the agenda.
yeah, it's on the agenda.
Sir, the golf course is on the agenda. You'll have to wait until the
What?
golf course is brought up.
Okay.
You'll have your time to speak then.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else for public comment relating to any matter not on the agenda? Seeing no one come forward, I'll bring it back to the dais. City Manager, you have any follow-ups?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. In regards to the moderator for the city charter, Mayor, City Council, we were following the previous practice that was conducted when this was done back in 2016, 2017 timeframe. We did hire a facilitator. She's a professor from the University of North Florida. We put this out on our procurement portal, and she was the lowest bidder. And it was within the threshold that did not need city council approval, so it was under $50,000. So I'm not sure the references of her looks similar to other people that we've hired. This was done through an open procurement process, so not sure the relation there, and we did follow your previous practice. In regards to the live streaming for our city meetings, city council meetings are the only ones that are on YouTube currently. The other ones are audio only, and those are live and available through our website. That becomes a staffing component if you wish to move forward with having video on some of our other meetings. We would need additional staff to cover that because we have staff in our audio-visual room, making sure that the cameras are on YouTube. We've often had challenges regarding the live streaming, so that is why the clerk does the audio only for those additional meetings. Thank you, Ms. Hatfield, for your kind remarks. And yes, the Palm Coast Expo is scheduled for September 25th at the Palm Coast Community Center, and we were looking forward to it. That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you, ma'am. Are there any conflicts of interest with that moderator? The lawyers up here, is there any conflicts?
No, I'll speak directly to that. I have no idea who that woman is. The reference to Jimerson Burr was to me. I don't work for Jimerson Burr. I don't know who Georgette Dumont is. I actually had to ask who is the person that we even appointed because I didn't know who she was. Also, I don't even know how any connection was made to her with Jimerson Burr because when I used AI to type in Dr. Georgette Dumont, Jimerson Burr, the response literally from AI was, "It looks like there aren't many great matches for your search." So, yeah, there's literally no connection whatsoever.
And as far as the video for all meetings, I think that's a budgeting issue, and I don't think it's quite necessary to have all meetings because it takes up staff, overtime, and all that. So if we have it on audio, I have no problem with that. Anyone else have any follow-ups?
I'm in agreement.
I just wanted to mention on Mike Cochiola, good to see you again, Mike, and on the Friends of the Library, I feel, since I've been here now, come up on 6 months, I have no doubt that this board will not let, ultimately, anyway, the library hours be dropped at the Palm Coast Library. I don't know exactly how that's going to be done. I'm leery of us providing funding, sets a precedent. I'm not exactly sure I want to set with who controls the library and who has to fund it. But I've talked to members of the county commission, and I think they will correct that mistake they made with lowering the hours.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Anything else? Okay. Thank you, sir. We're going to move on to E, presentations. Presentation of the final proposed budget. City Manager.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and City Council. This is all of the budget as we prepare for your budget hearing on Wednesday, September the 10th. You will see all the funds together. Helena will be presenting with Carl as backup for any questions regarding the capital budgets and fund. Ms. Alves, I'll let you take it away.
Good morning, Helena, Ms. Ragsdale.
Yes, good morning. Sorry. Good morning, Mayor and City Council. Yes, as Ms. Johnson stated, we're here for your final budget presentation. We're going to be reviewing the general fund, proprietary funds, capital funds, and then the trim rate process. We'll start with the general fund. This one. I have to fix this. Give me a second. Okay. So this is an overview of positions budgeted for the general fund. There is an increase of 4.8 full-time positions. In the following slides, we will outline the position requests as we review the proposed budgets. Big picture look at the general fund revenues. Overall change of $7.4 million or 12.2% increase. Ad valorem is the largest revenue source for the general fund. Our assessed value has increased by 10.34%, with approximately 5.4% attributable to new construction. So assuming the same millage rate of previous year of 4.1893, we would generate approximately $44 million in ad valorem revenues, of which 4.7 would be to support the general fund. The amount attributable to new construction is approximately $2.2 million. We are still waiting for state estimates for communication services tax and fuel tax. This is the latest that we have seen them. We have seen them earlier in August, but never this late. We did build in estimates based on our history with those revenues. The total projected for state revenues is $8.7 million. We also have next category, permits and fees, includes planning, zoning permits, as well as franchise fees, both gas and solid waste. Fines and forfeitures includes code enforcement fines, administrative fees, the hazardous tree removal, fire mitigation, and any Flagler County Sheriff's Office traffic fines issued. Next category are your charges for services. They comprise approximately $7.5 million. Roughly 2.8 are related to parks and recreation activities, such as program fees for golf, tennis, pool, recreation general, and $4 million is related to internal service allocations for city departments. There have been no significant changes from your July 15th presentation. Appropriated fund balance, there is an increase in fund balance from fiscal year 2025 from the original budget, and we'll go over those details in the non-departmental budget. Your 2026 appropriated fund balance of $2.1 million is to fund a contingency to handle fluctuations in revenues and expenditures. The property tax value adjustment contingency also includes carryover from fiscal year 25 for the comp plan and the land development code revisions. It funds the 3% of fiscal year general fund budget for economic development incentives and one-time improvements for fiscal year 26 to the golf course, as well as a salary survey. This is a big picture summary of your general fund expenditures. We will be covering those in detail in the following slides. Our proposed budget for the general fund is $68.6 million, an increase of $7.4 million from fiscal year 2025, or 12.2%. We will go over in detail our general fund budgets, so I'll turn it over to Gwen so she can get us.
And just for the general public, all the trim notices should have been out. You should have your trim notice by now. And I would also, even if we could do something on social media, city manager, letting everyone know about the homestead exemptions and making sure, going to the property appraiser's office and making sure you have all applicable exemptions on your property to keep your taxes low. I think one gentleman contacted me and said his property value and his taxes increased by 2.75%. So we're still under the 3% that we're capped at. So you can continue on, Helena.
Mayor, just to add to that, my understanding too of the exemptions, that if you go and apply for them now, I think you'll still have to pay the bill, but then they will prorate and refund you back the difference, so just so everybody's aware of that.
Yeah. Helena, when did they open that up? Do you know by chance? Is it? I think it's sometime in March is like the deadline. I could be wrong, but you get in there and get it done. Go see them. They're very user friendly.
And especially for people who are new to the area.
Yes, sir.
You can miss that first year real easy unless you're aware of that, and so you lose a year of that.
Yes, sir. And also, if you just build a home, this is for the general public. The first year, when you move into your house, you're paying for the property only. You're not paying for the structure. So just so you understand that. Okay, Ms. Helena, anybody have anything else? We're trying to help the taxpayers out here. Yes, ma'am. Go right ahead.
Okay. We will start with the City Council budget. For fiscal year 2026, increase is mainly due to adding the council priority for the Charter Review Committee. The city manager and city clerk's office budget are decreasing due to the elimination of the chief of staff position and funding only a half year for the grants coordinator position. The city's attorney's budget is increasing $120,000 due to the retainer increase request received from legal for $10,000 per month.
You need to cut that in half, Marcus.
The communications and marketing decrease in personnel services is due to the part-time freelance position being eliminated and a small increase in operating expenditures. The human resources budget increase is due to adding City Council Priority 9 to fund a comprehensive salary survey. The goal is to complete the study before the start of budget planning for fiscal year 2027. The financial service budget increase is mainly due to regular salary and benefit increases. The operating expenditures includes additional funds for the external audit firm selected by council. The construction management and engineering budget increase is mainly due to regular salary and budget increase. The planning budget includes 6 residential site development inspectors and the respective operational budgets moving from stormwater. This transfer accounts for about $800,000 of the total increase. Since your presentation in July, there was a change to move 2 FTEs from site development to utility CM&E due to job function being changed to 100% utility for fiscal year 2026.
I have a question just to confirm. Due to the increase in personnel, are we ensuring that we have increased permit costs, inspection costs, all of those items to cover this and make sure we're cost recovery in that department?
Yes, that is correct. So the department is currently evaluating the program and any changes in fees, and I believe that is scheduled for September.
Yes, it's your second workshop in September where Mr. Buckley will be presenting that information.
Okay, and we will be evaluating fully burdened, right? Not
Yes.
just salary?
That is correct.
Okay, great. Thank you.
The code enforcement budget includes increased enforcement for short-term rental ordinance. A significant line item is for the contractual services related to nuisance abatement. It also anticipates an increase in the Humane Society contract, which will be offset with increased animal licensing fees. The code enforcement budget has also been updated to reflect the transfer of 0.3 FTE from the building fund as noted on the previous slides. Business tax made renewal processing online, which is an added convenience for the business owner, increased staff efficiency, and reduced postage. The economic development budget was increased at City Council's direction to account for incentives totaling 3% of the fiscal year 2025 original general fund budget. This budget increased proactive employer recruitment and advertising, a pool for incentives as needed, and funds to continue moving Track 17 towards a pad-ready site. The fire department budget is proposing an 11% increase. The budget requests reflect the needs associated with 2 new fire stations coming online, as well as the increase for the collective bargaining agreement council approved earlier this year. This is the budget to support the sheriff's request and add the contractual increase, as well as 9 new deputies. The sheriff's office request is for 5 deputies starting October 1st and an additional 4 starting April 1st. Overall, the law enforcement budget is increasing by 24.3%. The streets maintenance budget is requesting a 4.8% increase, primarily driven by adding 2 new maintenance workers and an increase in $100,000 for street lighting. For Parks and Recreation, the 9.9% increase can be linked to a combination of focusing on recreation programs and safety, also the replacement of tables and chairs, and being ADA compliant with the software for Civic Rec online registrations.
I'm sorry, can you go back? So the increase in operating expenditures is due to what?
Replacement of,
I think you said tables and chairs.
Tables and chairs, replacements, assets like that, and then being ADA compliant with their Civic Rec online registration software.
safety.
Okay, so just for the future, when I hear we're paying $200,000 for replacement of tables and chairs, that doesn't sit right with me. So I just, some more detail to that.
I can help with this one. City Council, if you recall, when we were going through the line item detail of these budgets during the workshop, you'll remember that facilities allocation, which was being covered under non-departmental, was parsed out, and those who had more of a share of square footage in facilities received more of that allocation. And Parks and Recreation was hit pretty hard because obviously they have a lot of facilities that have a lot of square footage. So that is the bulk of this. Their ancillary dollars for tables and chairs is like a couple $1,000s. It's not really a lot. And their recreation software is less than $10,000. So it's really due to that facilities allocation. And it's in your line item detailed budgets that were sent to you with the packet.
Okay, so it's probably more accurate to say that we did improvements to the facilities, not that we spent $200,000 on tables and chairs.
Correct.
Okay, so just for future, please, these are taxpayer dollars. We want to make sure we're being a little more specific and accurate. Question with regards to the ADA, because I know we have to be compliant per law. When we have this as an operating expenditure, is that's not being demarcated as an allocation to IT, or are we going to see it on IT's budget? How are we working that allocation?
I don't believe it is in IT's budget because it is specific. If it is in IT's budget, it's directly allocated to Parks and Recreation because Parks and Recreation is the only one that uses Civic Rec. So that's how it would show up. And it's just making sure that Civic Rec is ADA compliant.
Okay, so what I want to make sure we're not doing, and I'm not insinuating that we are, but we should be very specific because we usually see when we have an IT, it usually doesn't come out of operating expenditures like this. There's usually an internal allocation. I wouldn't call it an interfund transfer, but an internal allocation to IT, and then IT would show that. So I'm curious as to why we're demarcating it as an expenditure here and not really sure how it's going to reflect on IT's budget.
Sorry, go ahead.
So for your allocations, the same as the fleet, if it's a new program, the first year, it'll come out directly from the department's budget.
Okay.
So it's outlined as a new program. And then any future allocations will come through the IT allocation.
Got it. So this year we'll see it as an expenditure, but next year we should see it as an allocation to IT.
That is correct.
Perfect. Thank you for that clarification.
Just for clarity, since this is a summary of the budget, those allocations for fleet, facilities, and IT are in operating expenditures because this is just personnel, operating, and interfund transfers. So those allocations are under operating expenditures for the purpose of this summary slide.
Okay, I can appreciate the summary slide because obviously we go through these in detail ad nauseum throughout the budget cycle. But I think for transparency, since we are talking about transferring monies, or at least on paper, showing monies going from one area to another within the same budget, I would ask for consensus that how, in the same way that we have interfund transfers listed, we should have internal allocations listed even on the summary. Can I get consensus as to that, just for transparency purposes?
Yeah, I agree that if it's being spent through IT, but it's listed here, then it's confusing.
And I don't think we need a breakdown of every single, internal
Different
allocation, but allocations in general should be listed.
Yep.
Yeah, and I think they've been shown before. It's just the battle rhythm of continuing to show it. It's a good idea.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, the Aquatic Center has reduced their budget and are returning to seasonal hours, April through October, with the focus on swim lessons and water safety. The Southern Rec Center's primary focus is maintaining court conditions, increasing programs and lessons, and participant safety. The increase in court maintenance is due to the additional 5 tennis play courts, and this budget does also include the ThorGuard lightning detection system. Palm Harbor Golf Club's primary goal is cost recovery. This budget also includes the $278,000 for the pump station repairs. The Parks Maintenance Division consists of parks, trails, and field maintenance. Parks and Trails budget has included asset replacements and an addition of a vehicle for more efficient operations. Field maintenance will maximize field usage and maintain optimal conditions. And there has also been an increase in chemical cost. We will now review the non-departmental budget. The increase in interfund transfers from the fiscal year 25 original budget of $1 million to the proposed budget of $3.5 million is to transfer fund balance in the amount of $1.5 million to capital projects. $1 million is assigned to the maintenance operations complex and $500,000 assigned to saltwater canals, as well as a transfer of $1 million to the Streets Improvement Fund for supporting street resurfacing. For fiscal year 2026, you will notice a decrease in operating expenditures of $1.5 million. This reflects moving the facilities allocations from this budget to be directly reflected to each departmental budgets. This allows for better alignment of cost and provides a better tool to determine total cost per function. As far as contingency, we are proposing the contingency for revenue and expenditure fluctuations as well as value adjustment board value changes as we have done in the past. The line item for the 1/10 of a mil, or $1,056,000, remains for council consideration as we move through the budget process. Do you have any other general fund questions?
No, ma'am.
Mayor, City Council, just for transparency and clarity, I did check our website, and all of the line item detail budgets with the allocations for every single fund is on our website.
So, Helena, the contingency is just, it's essentially there for the estimates that we don't have full clarity on. Is that what that's there for?
That is correct.
So
Yes.
if something shifts and we need to change our allocations of money, we can use this money.
That is correct. That's the city manager's contingency, basically, for the general fund. 400 of it, the 200 is value adjustment board contingency.
Any further follow-ups?
No, I was interested in that contingency fund just because, the non-departmental fund, just because you worry about those kind of things, because it's a little movable in there, and so I had a good explanation of what's in there, so satisfied.
Yes, sir. Anything else? Helena, you can continue.
Thank you. We will now review proprietary funds. We're going to start with water and wastewater. This is a total, there is a total of one new FTE being added to utility wastewater treatment plant number 2 for a utility system operator. There were 2 full-time employees moved from customer service to utility administration, and 1 moved from utility finance to wastewater treatment plant number 2 for a lead position. This is big picture view of utility fund revenues. Overall change of approximately $16.9 million or 23.7%. Charges for services increase was calculated based on the recent utility rate study. These rates are to support the capital investment as identified by council. We will review R&R transfer and debt service in the non-departmental portion of the budget. The $750,000 in grants added to fiscal year 2024 is the expected Hurricane Milton reimbursements. Other revenue includes interest income on our investments as well as any insurance settlements from Hurricane Milton. Appropriated fund balance, as in past years, continues to be used for one-time capital type expenditures as well as R&R transfers, as we will review in the non-departmental budget. The rate study completed accounted for usage of that fund balance for R&R projects. As for the expenditures, as you can see, wastewater operations, there is a decrease. Water operations, $84,000 increase. Administrative services is the decrease. Your increases in non-departmental will go through that detail. So I will now turn it over to Pete so he can help us with the operational budgets.
Elena, real quick,
Yes.
the other revenues for 2025, what accounts for those changes from 2025 to
The bulk of that is interest revenue.
And so why is it so much greater for 2025 than the proposed budget or the previous year?
So we've been very fortunate with our interest earnings. Short-term securities has been very high. We have started to see that slow down. But from a budgeting perspective, we go very conservative on interest income because it is not a reliable continuing operational revenue, right? So you don't want to make that part of you're not relying on it for operations.
So just in the last year, our investments of our operating funds did really well.
Yeah, for
So
the
to
past
speak.
2 years, it's been doing very well.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Pete Roussel, Deputy Director. I'm going to break it down in certain divisions here, starting with wastewater pumping. To meet the city's required cost reductions, the wastewater pumping division identified and implemented cuts totaling $150,950. This was to maintain operation budget level to be consistent with the recently approved rate study. We will continue to monitor and adjust if needed. In the wastewater collection budget for the upcoming fiscal year, you'll see a reduction in operational expenses, specifically in the fleet replacement allocation. This reduction is because we are purchasing a new vacuum truck using funds from this year's budget, because the major purchase is being addressed now. Next year's operational allocation for fleet maintenance will naturally be lower, as there is no large vehicle replacement planned in that cycle. Wastewater treatment plant number 1. The reduction in operational expenses within the wastewater division is primarily due to a strategic decision to shift certain equipment-related costs to the capital repair and replacement, the R&R fund in the capital. Wastewater treatment plant number 2, we will be reestablishing a previously frozen lead position to support operations and provide additional oversight and technical expertise. Second, we are adding a new operator position to accommodate the fact that we will be treating a higher volume of wastewater. Water treatment plant number 1, this budget remains flat with very little changes. Water treatment plant number 2, as flow increases or demand increases, water treatment plant number 2 will experience operational demands such as chemical applications, electricity, and sludge hauling to ensure we meet all regulatory requirements and maintain high treatment production and standards.
Pete, may I stop you? When you look at the comparison between water treatment plant 1 and water treatment plant 2, why are we seeing such a dichotomy between the rise in the operating expenditures?
Yes, good question. Plant 2, I look at it like this. It's kind of like a reserve right now. We have extra capacity. Basically, we have 4 trains ready to go. We typically run about 2, maybe sometimes 3 trains, but because of the demand has increased, or sometimes we experience high peaks, flows, Plant 2 will put on 4 trains to maintain that demand. So going into the future here, Plant 2 will probably be the one that will increase running capacity, supplying water, as opposed to Plant 1 and Plant 2, which will remain steady at this time. However, as we start to put up projects in place, which we're doing this now, we're in mostly the design stage, but hopefully next year in 2027, we'll have more capacity at the other plants. So that's how we're operating at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, water treatment plant number 3. The increase in the operating expenditures is due to the reestablishment of a regulatory-related expense that was previously paid out of a different division. As part of our ongoing effort to improve budgeting and transparency and accuracy, we are reassigning that expense to the correct division where the service is being performed. Okay, moving on to water quality. The proposed budget for the water quality division reflects a 14.5% increase for the upcoming fiscal year. This increase is primarily driven by the need to maintain regulatory compliance related to sampling and analysis, laboratory analysis. As regulatory requirements continue to evolve, particularly in areas such as emerging contaminants and stricter testing schedules, we must ensure that our sampling protocols and analytical capacity meet all federal and state standards. The increase also accounts for additional supplies and materials needed to properly collect, store, and transport compliant samples. Finally, the water distribution. As part of the water distribution budget outlook, we want to note that meter installation projects may decrease in the upcoming fiscal year. This is largely due to a reduction in new construction and development activity. With fewer new homes being built, there's less demand for new water service connections, and therefore fewer meters needing to be installed. We also have a surplus of about 200 water meters by the end of this year, this fiscal year.
Thank you, Pete. Does council have any questions for Pete regarding operational departments?
Thank you.
Anyone? No, ma'am, go right ahead.
So for in administration, there are a few changes in this division. There were 2 positions transferred in from the customer service, approximately $166,000. It also accounts for regular salary and benefit increases. The decrease in operational expenditures is related to decreasing amounts allocated for consulting services related to projects, as well as decreases in repairs and maintenance. Customer service budget decrease, as I said, is the transfer of 2 positions to admin. Also, the interfund transfer, that was a one-time cost in fiscal year 2025 for IT improvements related to Amazon Connect. Also, the increase in operational expenditures includes the allocation of facilities from the non-departmental budget.
Helena?
Yes.
Just going over these personnel numbers. So in the previous 2 slides,
Yep.
We increased by $300,000, mostly due to a transfer from customer service, and then in customer service we only decreased by about $50,000. Can you explain the difference there?
Yes, so when you look at personnel services, we decreased 166 for transferring to fully burdened 2 employees, but you're also accounting for regular salary and benefit increases for 25. That's why your net decrease is that 150,000.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Sorry.
No problem. Utility finance, so the main change in this department is the transfer of 1 position to one of the accounting positions to wastewater plant number 2 to be a lead position. Construction management engineering has been moved to the utility capital projects budget due to 100% of staff time being spent on capital projects, and Carl will review that with the capital projects portion. Utility non-departmental operating expenditures, that has decreased by $1.1 million. It reflects removing the facility allocation from this budget to be directly reflected in each department's budget. That, as we said before, allows for better alignment of costs and provides a better tool to determine total cost per function. We're also reducing the electronic payment fees, and the balance is related to allocating professional services to capital according to the rate study. Interfund transfers have increased as planned to provide additional funding to R&R projects, and the debt service accounts for the issuance of the 2025 utility revenue bonds. Both of these items are as outlined in the rate study. This is a change from your July presentation. The Site Development General Fund is reclassing 2 FTEs to the Utility Construction Management Engineering Division, and I will turn it over to Carl for capital projects. Do you have any questions on non-departmental?
Any questions?
Thank
Go
you.
right, thank you, Elena. Go right ahead, Carl.
Okay, Utility Capital Project Fund Summary. So almost everything stayed the same from previous presentations. What changed here was some adjustments based on the CME allocation for those utility engineering, so now those costs are spread out between the capital project funds, as well as the 2 FTEs that were transferred from site development to the utility capital CME. So those were the changes within these funds. Regarding expenses, revenues are still the same. So looking specifically at the Water Capital Projects Fund, there were some slight changes in the water capital projects from the last presentation. These changes are related to, the finalization of those allocations we just spoke about and some operating expenses, which increased about $180,000 per year. And on the wastewater capital project side, there are some changes as well related to the allocations and operating expenses, but it's a reduction of about $100,000 per year.
Can I stop you? Would you mind going back? I'm sorry. Thank you. The A1A extensions for Jungle Hut to Malacompra and Malacompra to Marineland. I see that one is paid with ARPA. Is the other not being paid for with ARPA?
It's an FDPE grant.
Okay. Thank you.
Point just on that first slide, I couldn't help but adding up 26 through 30 on the water wastewater capital project fund summary. It's $721 million. I just like to look at numbers like that because they are so large that I think sometimes it's hard to comprehend how much money that is. But over the next 5 years, for water and wastewater capital project fund, we're going to spend $721 million. Just good sometimes to think about those numbers.
So the Stormwater Management Operations Fund and Capital, looking at the position fund summary. So this includes the transfer of the 6 FTEs to the General Fund Residential Site Development. And then there's an increase in staff, which we'll cover in the upcoming slides. The Stormwater Management Fund revenue has a proposed increase, per the rate study for 26. You can see some various changes in here. It's an overall reduction that is due to the loan that was obtained this fiscal year. So there are really no changes here from the previous presentation. So an overall summary of the Stormwater Management Fund summary. It's broken down between stormwater maintenance has an increase that is due to the additional asphalt and concrete crew and additional programs within the stormwater maintenance program. And as well as some transfer of staff from operations, because you can see stormwater operations drops to 0 and 26. So those funds were split in personnel. Some went to engineering and some went to maintenance. So looking at stormwater engineering, you can see there's an increase, and that's primarily due to those transfer of staff from operations. Stormwater capital projects, it's an overall reduction for next year. That is due to some of the loan projects occurring this year, some occurring next year. That's what is proposed next year is a slight reduction in expenses. And then non-departmental, that is moving those allocations primarily for facilities to the proper budgets. So there are no new fleet requests in 26, and there is one replacement of a white fleet vehicle and one piece of equipment. The stormwater maintenance, you can see there's a 9.9% increase. Again, primarily that is for the transfer of some of those operations staff, as well as the additional staff to make up the remaining members of the asphalt concrete crew. The equipment is already here. This will add on the additional members for that crew to have a fully functional crew. It's an equipment operator 3 and 3 equipment operator 2s, as well as 1 temporary worker.
Carl, for this, the crew specifically, that's for when we make improvements or changes or repairs to stormwater, and then it's necessary to repair the roadway or something like that.
Yeah, it's primarily with pipe replacements. We have to repair the roadway, and then there's lots of times there's concrete flumes or head walls on each side of the roadway. And there could be concrete work when we don't do a pipe, where we just have to repair a washout area or something else within our stormwater system.
Okay, thank you.
So the operations, you can see it's a reduction for next year. This goes away. Engineering, it's an overall reduction that's primarily due to reduction in those capital expenses for the year. There's an increase in personal services due to the transfer of those staff, as well as the standard increases in benefits and personnel costs. And non-departmental, debt service is included in here for the new loan that was obtained this year. That's built in here for that, as well as an overall adjustment for the allocation for mainly facilities. So I'm looking at our Stormwater Management Fund, the 5-year plan. We have our charges for services that has an annual adjustment built in. We have the ad valorem tax allocation that we're going to be looking at in the coming fiscal year budget. We do have some grants tied to with capital projects. Our loan proceeds, we had some for equipment, and primarily it was for capital projects, and other revenues, which is primarily interest. And then there's the fund balance appropriation. That's just a carryover of the funds within the budget based on the year we're expending those funds.
Can you explain the ad valorem?
The ad valorem, based on my understanding and reviewing of past data, back when the original study was done in 2011, it was to account for exempt properties. So that was going to offset the properties that were exempt from being charged a stormwater fee. So our goal is in the upcoming years to identify, inventory all those exempt properties and come up with the current value of what that is. So that's something we're going to work on and bring back to council.
Right, because I think we talked about maybe during the last meeting and the one before that, these were estimates, right? We didn't have exacts.
I couldn't find any exact in the study that I reviewed. All it just had an asterisk referring to exempt properties.
Okay. What would qualify a property to be exempt?
Like federal properties, and I don't remember all of them that are exempt.
Daytona State College, that's one exempt property. So something like that, state government, federal government buildings, things of that nature.
I believe there are parts of Grand Haven that don't pay stormwater because we have our own.
Yeah,
that could be a big chunk of it.
Yeah, properties or developments like Grand Haven on the east side of Colbert, they discharge directly into the intercoastal, so they don't discharge into our stormwater system, so they do not pay a stormwater fee. So moving on and looking at our 5-year plan, you can see, and we talked about the operating expenses. That's primarily our maintenance and engineering staff and non-capital project expenses. Then we identify various categories. There are really no changes here. There were some minor changes to operating expenditures, which increased about $45,000, for each year due to the finalization of those internal allocations. So really no changes from previous presentation, except for that.
Yes, sir.
I know as the new guy, I haven't been working this the last 2 years, just the last 5 months. But that's another $165 million over the next 5 years for stormwater management.
Thank you, Carl. We will now move into building, information technology, and collection and sanitation funds. There were no new personnel requests for any of those funds. The building fund includes a reduction of a 0.3 FTE as a result of the transfer from this budget to code to better align administrative tasks, as was discussed in your July 22nd presentation. The total budget for building permits for fiscal year 2026 is $3.7 million, a reduction of 10.4%. The decrease in revenue is a combination of expected decrease in permits as well as elimination of the 10% fee reduction. Decrease in personnel services is due to the moving of that 0.3 FTE as well as freezing 2 positions, the deputy chief building official and a builder inspector position. So this is another fund where the department has budgeted for a rate study to be done in 2026 to evaluate current level of service, the revenues, as well as the appropriate fund balance to be carried for future years. Collection and Sanitation Fund has an increase of 5.6. That is to accommodate the current contract that we have in place for solid waste residential services. IT Enterprise is funded by revenue from fiber and broadband services, as well as cell tower revenue. Fiber revenue comes from services such as dark fiber leases and services we provide to municipal partners, such as the Flagler County Schools. The change since your July presentation is due to moving the City Hall fiber connection capital projects for $100,000 and Fire Station 26 connection project for $575,000 to this fund. So they were previously budgeted in the Capital Projects Fund, and they're now being budgeted directly into the IT Enterprise Fund. There's also a transfer of from Capital Projects of $325,000 to help support those two projects. Do we have any questions?
Any questions from the council? Any follow-ups? Continue
All right,
on,
I
Helena.
will now turn it over to Gwen.
To this,
Yes, Ms. Ragsdale.
the city has 4 internal service funds, and this is how we budget for departments that provide day-to-day services and support to the other city departments. So this is a summary of the current FTEs and requests. There is no new personnel request for fleet management. Facilities management has requested 1 new FTE for a trades worker, and information technology has decreased their budget by 1 FTE. The fleet management budget has decreased by 7%, primarily due to the decrease in requests for white fleet and equipment for fiscal year 26 from other departments. This is a list of the requests for the new white fleet and equipment for fiscal year 26. A resolution, agenda item, and backup will be presented to you on September 24th for approval. The Facilities Management Fund has increased with the addition of 1 FTE. The Information Technologies Internal Service Fund budget includes reductions through the elimination of selected software platforms, decreasing in consulting, training, and operational expenses. One-time costs do include in this budget for technology equipment needed to outfit the 2 fire stations under construction, as well as costs associated with the upgrade in the city's records management platform. This budget also accounts for ongoing software costs previously approved by council, including the annual price increases that often come with maintaining licenses and support. Lastly, just over $70,000 is allocated for a strategic analysis and long-term plan for our GIS program. This funding is contingent upon receiving the Community Planning Technical Assistance Grant from Florida Commerce, and the project will only move forward if the grant is awarded. I will now turn it back over to Carl for the capital projects.
So this is a summary of the various capital project funds. There were no changes to the Streets Improvement Fund, the Transportation Impact Fee Fund, the Town Center Transportation Impact Fee Fund, as well as the Old Kings Road Special Assessment Fund. There were changes to the Capital Projects Fund, the Fire Impact Fee Fund, and the State Road 100 CRA Fund, which we'll cover in the upcoming slides. So the Capital Projects Fund was updated to remove the fiber projects that Helena referred to when she discussed the Fiber Enterprise Fund. So those were pulled out of this project. However, there were updates to the transfers to the Recreation Impact Fee Fund, which were updated to reflect the existing citizen share portion of expenses on projects regarding park impact fees, and it included the addition of the disc golf and dog park projects as well.
I have a couple questions on this slide. The information technology upgrades, that's a lot of money. Is this all for the ADA compliance stuff?
No, these are for citywide infrastructure. Primarily this year and next year, it's building out and constructing the new data server room here at City Hall. So the construction improvements are done. Some equipment is in. The remaining items will come in next year and build that out. There were some also expenses this year for some fiber costs, very little, I believe, as well as some park and facility security improvements.
Okay.
And I think they did spend some equipment on the existing server components that are Water Treatment Plant 3. That is going to become the backup server. The primary new server will be here because that is getting outdated. And they did replace some older equipment, but that's what my understanding is of all those expenses. Moving forward, you can see it goes down quite a bit. Mm-hmm. That's really just for some wireless infrastructure upgrades and network upgrades throughout the city, as well as some park and security facility upgrades.
And the energy improvements that we see down towards the bottom, $1 million proposed in 2026. What is that?
Primarily, that's for the solar on the 2 fire stations and a community center, which is offset with a grant.
The community center one is?
Yes, that has a $140,000 grant, I believe.
Okay, so I'm assuming there's cost savings with doing the solar on the fire stations, obviously.
Yes.
Do we reflect that cost savings anywhere? So in other words, the money for this, the $1 million for 2026, yes. Where will that come from since it's out of the capital projects fund?
The savings? The savings would be in the operating fund of the various departments. So the fire station will see a reduction in operating costs for electricity.
Okay, so we should see out of the general fund then, because that's what our fire is out of. Out of the general fund, we should see a reduction in energy costs for those fire stations.
Well, not new because they're new facilities. So
well,
you'll see less of an increase.
Okay. Yep. Less of an increase, probably a better. I just want to make sure, since we are investing, that we've already done the analysis and we know exactly what those cost savings will be.
Yeah, we did the analysis, and I believe it was, I can't remember the specifics. So it was some 7 to 10 year payback on that improvement, if I remember correctly.
Okay, thank you.
So the Recreation Impact Fee Fund changes, including adding in the USTA grant as well as the expenses tied to that grant for the Southern Rec Center additional courts, adding in the disc golf and dog park projects, which are considered as part of developer projects, as well as updates to the transfers into this fund from existing resident share of those projects. And the Fire Impact Fee Fund revenue was increased in fiscal year 27 to coincide with potential additional development that could provide additional revenue that year based on some projects that are in the pipeline, to make it consistent with our Transportation Impact Fee Fund analysis where we had additional expenses projected that year.
Yes, sir.
Just overall on the impact fees that we've just increased percentage-wise substantially, but when I look in the out years, it's actually decreasing. I guess that's based on number of new homes being built and the estimates on that. But those are really guesses, aren't they?
Yeah, when the rate studies were done, there was Bieber estimates that were done, and then based on those population estimates, I think we used the past 4-year history from the Census Bureau on 2.52 people per home, which then identified how many dwelling units we would average per year, and that's what was included in the rate studies, and that's what's reflected in that projected revenue.
Yeah, it's just when you look at the numbers, like 27 to 28, it goes up and then down again. I'm sure there's reasons for all that, but it seems to me most of that, starting in say 27, 28, is kind of an estimate.
Yeah, the 28, it goes up based on that additional large-scale projects that we're anticipating in the pipeline in planning coming on board. So we'd have a little additional revenue here based on that non-residential.
It will depend on factors that we can't control. Like
correct. So our goal in these funds is to bank a 1 year of revenue. So when we project our expenses, we have some money in the bank before we go start those projects. So we're not using projected or anticipated growth to fund those projects. And then the SR 100 CRA fund had some adjustments as well, dealing with the interfund transfers of those recreation impact fee projects that are within the town center district. So that with those adjustments, we had to make some modifications to the maintenance expenditures, some slight modifications there as well, because this is a zero balance fund, so your revenue and expenses need to match. So that covers the capital projects funds. Any questions?
Any further questions for Carl?
Okay.
Yeah, the next, there's one more slide. That one.
Yes, sir. Go right ahead, Helena. What you got next?
Hold that now.
She's getting ready to talk. She's getting ready. Or Miss Ragsdale.
So we will now move to all remaining funds. Community Development Block Grant Fund accounts for several programs, including housing rehab assistance to the community. This budget is to support the CDBG plan that was presented to you by Jose Papa at the August 5th business meeting. The Police Education Fund budget is used for specialized deputy training. These are funds collected from fines within the city through the clerk of court and then submitted to us for the sheriff's office. The Disaster Reserve Fund is used to account for any federal assistance, usually associated with hurricanes. The fiscal year 25 amount of 1.9 is for Hurricane Milton expenses. We don't budget for disasters, so you don't see a budget for fiscal year 26. Special Events Fund is $166,000. This is mainly funded by recycling revenue from our solid waste contract. Some of the current events planned from these funds are the Holiday Parade, Arbor Day, July 4th fireworks, and tree lighting ceremony. Usage of this fund helps continue to provide quality events and programs for the residents of the city of Palm Coast. The American Rescue Plan Act fund budget is projected to be spent by September 30th of 2025 and will not carry to fiscal year 26. Neighborhood Stabilization Program budget. This is the balance left in the Neighborhood Stabilization Fund. Community Development is working with the state to transfer those funds to the CDBG program. Developer Special Projects Fund for fiscal year 2026 is $122,000. There's $50,000 for the tree fund, as well as a transfer of approximately $72,000 to the Streets Improvement Fund. Health Insurance Fund budget for fiscal year 26, $10.4 million. This is where we account for costs related to our employees' health benefits. Includes claims, administrative fees, stop-loss insurance, wellness program, and other related expenses. There was an increase in the fiscal year 25 budget of $126,000, and that is for claim increases. Emergency Communications Fund supports the city's use of the Emergency Radio Communication Network, which is maintained by Flagler County. The city pays a subscriber fee to the county for each active radio on the network. While the fire department is the primary user, the system is also utilized by other city field crews for essential operations. Emergency Communications Fund fiscal year 2025 increase is due to the alert system upgrade that was just approved by council. The fiscal year 2026, the fund reflects a slight decrease due to a reduction in the subscriber fee charged by the county. The city is allocating $138,000 this year to be reserved specifically for its share of the system upgrade. All network users are contributing towards this shared investment.
May I just stop you for a moment? City Manager, may we have a full accounting of the Emergency Communication Fund from the county that shows the total paid and the total contributed by each municipality and the county?
Sure.
Thank you.
So this is the big picture of all fund expenditures. You can see that the total for the funds is approximately $197.5 million. This represents an increase of 65.5% from your fiscal year 2025 adopted budget. Utility capital accounts for $242.5 million, or 47%. Water and wastewater utility account for $16 million, or 13%. Capital projects, streets improvement, and impact fee funds account for $109 million, or 21%. The general fund accounts for $61 million, or 10%. Stormwater accounts for $42 million, or 6%, and the balance of all other accounts for the remaining 3% of your total budget.
Do we have any questions on the overall budget before we move forward to trim millage and property tax?
I think it can be a bit deceptive. You see it?
Yeah, I just wanted, I had a little speech prepared on
No,
this.
go right ahead, sir.
Sometimes when we provide all these numbers like we have today, it's hard for someone who hasn't been watching this for a while to understand what's going on here. So I like to, my perspective on this, and maybe the other council members don't agree with me, but this is the way I look at it. If you go all the way back to the beginning, when we talk about how much money do we get from taxes, real estate taxes, and other gasoline taxes and things like that, taxes only, including our ad valorem taxes. We pull in about $43.7 million on ad valorem taxes and some additional money to our total tax revenue per year and anticipated for 26 is $66.6 million. If you look at this number here, fiscal year 26 proposed budget summary, the total number planned for this year, for 2026, is $697,533,000. That's about a little over 10 times the amount of tax we take in. Now, that's explained in many ways. There are utility bills that pay part of it, impact fees, bonds, debt. But I think it emphasizes to me the importance of new businesses coming into the community and grants, which we talk about it all the time, trying to cut down on that difference. In other words, we have to do this. We've talked about that. I'm not going to go into that whole thing. But perspective-wise, I was just trying to point out that our revenue total from taxes is $66.6 million, and the budget is $697 million, 10 times as much. And how do we take care of that? And that's what we've been talking about here. So I just wanted to make that point so everybody understands what we've just presented.
Thank you for that, Councilman Sullivan. I think what's really important, too, is as we look at expanding the city, because we are looking down that pipeline, tourism is going to be that much more important because that is an economic driver for this area. And as the county looks to different mechanisms on funding the beach, which you're very familiar with, tourism will be that much more important because if you look at the way cities and counties around the state of Florida traditionally fund their beaches, it's through their TDC, through their TDT monies. So the more we can expand that economic development arm of our economy, the better off we're going to be both for the city and for the county. So I appreciate that analysis. It's good to have some fresh eyes with budget experience, though, because you came from the county. So that perspective is appreciated. Thank you.
Anything else from the council?
No, I just wanted to mention that big gap that we're talking about. That's the investment in our infrastructure. $242 million of it, of the total $275 million change, is accounted for with capital projects and infrastructure. For water and wastewater specifically.
When you look at that number, it's just like, what? Got to understand the capital projects. Anything else? Anything else from you, Helena?
We'll move over to trim. Thank you.
Okay, so next is truth and millage, our trim. So this graph shows the history of the millage rate since 2021. This chart shows the history for the last several years for the millage rate, property values, and receipts collected. The city has been experiencing an increase in property values as well as population growth. The fiscal year 2026 values are based on the property appraiser's July 1st valuation and assuming the millage rate of 4.1893. This chart offers a millage rate comparison of our neighboring cities and counties. Palm Coast has the third lowest millage rate with one of the highest population rates. Communities are all different, so this doesn't represent an apples-to-apples comparison. This illustration offers a quick look at how each dollar of tax collected is associated between taxing authorities. Flagler County receives 45 cents, the school board 29 cents, the city of Palm Coast 23 cents, and other taxing districts receive the remaining 3 cents. This distribution is based on the millage rates that are set by each authority. This is a look at the millage rate options. The rollback rate was 4.0035. The fiscal year 2025 adopted rate was 4.1893. The adopted maximum millage rate is 4.1893 for fiscal year 2026, and the proposed rate for the fiscal year 2026 is 4.1893.
So we were going to need City Council guidance on what to prepare for the September 10th, where you will be adopting your proposed millage rate and your proposed budget.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. What have we got?
I'm all in on the 10th of a mil reduction.
I second that.
We got two gentlemen.
I'm willing to go along with what, obviously, what the majority decides. I think there are reasons this year, looking at what we're spending money on, to hold the millage rate where it is, to hold it steady. But and I feel it makes sense to me to do that. But I'm also willing to, either way, it's about $1 million difference if you look at it. I mean, emotionally, it probably makes sense to do it. Fiscally, I think it's basically a pat on the back that make people feel good. So I can go either way, either the 1/10 mil reduction or keep it where it is.
Keep it where it's at. Councilman Gambaro?
Yeah, I mean, we could do something with that $1 million, right? I mean, there's still things that are unfunded, but we have also made some very tough decisions this year with regards to utility rates and impact fees and everything else. So I think the reduction by $1 million also makes sense. So that I'll support the council if that's the will of the council.
Okay, so it seems like the consensus is the rollback. Are we good?
No, not the rollback. The reduction by $0.1 million.
4.0893.
I'm sorry. That's what I meant. The proposed reduce 4.0. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, to your point, Councilman Gambaro, I think that, even though it's this small amount, it's kind of what council has control over. We have a lot of control over the general fund. We know we've had to make some tough decisions with regards to utilities because we have to support that infrastructure. That is a quality of life. That is public safety. That is so many things that have to take priority. And so as we look at some of the increases we've had to impose elsewhere, I think this rollback, even though it is something small, it's still something that we can control and do for our residents. And I also think it's just to show that we're going along, too, with what the state has emphasized is very important, which is fiscal responsibility. And so we're leaning into that. Up here, we've all committed to being fiscally conservative. And so I think this is just a commitment to our residents and a commitment with our staff, in conjunction with our staff, that we are committed to really watching every single penny. And even though it is only a 10th, it's a small step towards committing to that fiscal responsibility.
Just to add to that, I think this is kind of a long-term commitment, even though this council, was recently seated. Over the last 10 years, I think the millage, I think it was about 4.8 about 10 years ago. And over that time, council has reduced the millage rate multiple times. So we're trending in the right direction in terms of reducing that rate. Obviously, we can't control property values and how that affects individual taxes, but we can reduce the rate whenever we can. Another thing, there was a millage comparison chart some slides back, and I also took a look at, tried to make it apples to apples with populations between 100 and 150,000. And I think it came back with 13 cities. And of those, we have the lowest millage rate, and we'll continue to attempt to reduce them as much as possible to give back what we can. As the Vice Mayor said, the general fund is really what we can control. The utilities are enterprise funds. So unless we're transferring money from our general fund to cover those, they have to be, the revenue has to match what they cost to run and operate.
Last thing.
Yes, sir.
I think we've finally gotten away in government from the old gold watch deal. Like the argument against, if I were taking the other side of this, I'd say, well, you cut that, if we have $1 million less, we're going to lose a brand new fire truck that's absolutely needed and 2 policemen. That's the old gold watch way of justifying increasing budgets. Here we're at the edges, and I think the arguments that the two of you have made are valid. I just think that if you look at our total numbers and what we need to spend money on and do things, I can go either way. But it's good to make the point that we're trying the best we can to be as fiscally conservative as possible.
There's always going to be a need for something, right? There's always going to be a project. We're struggling with animal services and some recreation type stuff, sports fields, things like that. There's always something we could benefit the community by with this money. And that's never going to go away. So when we have the opportunity to, we should reduce the rate, I believe. The other thing I would mention is that in terms of DOGE and the state of Florida, not the federal DOGE, but the state of Florida, there's a high emphasis on maintaining or reducing millage rates in the face of growth and CPI increases as kind of a true conservative standard in terms of being responsible with money. So I view this as kind of aligning with what the state expects to ensure that we're doing what they expect from us as well.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Just real quick, can we go back to that slide where you did the comparison? For the millage that we're currently charging, and if, we decide to move finally to a reduction of 1/10 of a mil, I mean, the value of services that we provide for our city based on the millage rate that we provide I just think it's excellent. And then the last comment that I had, Mr. Mayor, was to Helena and the team and the rest of the staff, thank you for putting together a great budget. I didn't have a lot of questions this go around because we've gone through the details quite a few times, but thank you for putting together an excellent budget that we believe meets the needs of our citizens. And you've structured it in a way that move the allocations around so it makes sense, so it makes the departments more responsible for, their budgets. And it's good, accounting changes that I think make sense overall. So just wanted to really just convey our thanks.
Thank you, sir. Helene, go to that money slide there with the dollar bill. This is like year over year, right?
It's painful.
Like, you get like 45. What I'd like to really see is at the county level, for them to start reducing that. I think we need to keep more of our own money to finance our city and less on county. And it seems like the county keeps growing. As far as I know, they keep growing more and more employees. More and more employees means pay, benefits, and that's what sucks up a large portion of our money is personnel and benefit package.
Yeah, just on that point, since I just was there for 8 years and part of this, I think one way maybe to split it up a little bit more to make it more realistic is, the 5 constitutional officers, their budgets come out of that Flagler County 45 cents. We might want to maybe make a separate slot for the constitutional officers because the county doesn't have a lot of control over that.
That's a lot, the constitutional.
It's a lot of money. And so I think it would be a better way to kind of lock in on things like the libraries and things like that if we did pull the constitutional slot out of there and just add another slot on this, rather than other, we do constitutional officer budgets, then the county budget, then city. I think it might be a little more understandable.
Palatable. Maybe. Helena, would that be too hard for you to do, to put us another slice in there showing the constitutional, specifically the sheriff's office?
So the calculation is based on the millage rate adopted by each of those authorities. Okay. We don't have a breakdown of the millage rate adopted.
They
by
don't
the
have a
county
separate millage
per-
for
No,
constitutional.
that is correct.
Yeah.
Got it.
It's just that where we could really zero in on is the non-constitutional part of the county budget.
Yes, sir. Anything else?
I want to echo Councilman Gambaro's appreciation to the staff. And Helena, I'm glad you're feeling better.
Thank you.
I think she was dying out there a little bit at the end.
Yeah, but much better.
So we're all in consensus for the point 4.00893. We have consensus for that. We have at least 3, so that would be consensus.
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Helena. You got anything else?
Yes.
Coming
Okay.
up next events.
So next steps, we will adopt the tentative fiscal year 26 budget, millage rate, and revised 25 budget at your first public hearing on Wednesday, September 10th at 5:15 here at City Hall. The final public hearing is scheduled for Wednesday, September 24th at 5:15 to adopt the final fiscal year 2026 budget and millage rate. So we just want to remind the public where they can find all of our budget information. As in previous years, we have set up the fiscal year 2026 budget preparation link on the city's website. So this concludes our presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And I would, as a reminder, the general public, if you're just moving into the city, to make sure you go to the property appraiser, make sure your homestead exempted, because if you look at your property compared to your neighbor's property, and I have a neighbor that's not homestead exempt, and they get hit 10% every year. And it's just, it's quite shocking, the exact same house and how much somebody that's not homestead and someone that is. It's just a comparison. So if you don't know that as a new Florida resident, make sure you go see the property appraiser. Widow, military, what other ones? What other exemptions did it have? Age, yes. So make sure you have all your exemptions. Okay, we're moving on.
And
I'm sorry, public participation.
I just wanted to also plug the webpage that you can put in and see where all of your taxes go for the city. It breaks down kind of by department where your bill goes specifically in terms of the budget.
Yes, and when the sheriff was in here, he explained what portion of your taxes goes to the sheriff's department at the county level. So you're not being double taxed. So anything else? We'll open it up for public comment. Anyone for public comment? Yes, ma'am, Ms. Chantel.
Chantal Pröninger. I wish money would grow on tree, so we would have plenty. Okay, so I looked at the final year proposed budget. 2025 was 348 million something, and 2026 is 697 million. It's double. So I hope, I missed that. I hope that is balanced, that the money you use for all those services, there's the income that corresponds to that, because people will not want to pay more taxes or have to pay for that. So if the budget is not balanced, can you look into cuts? And another question is, the Economic Development Special Project was 1,343,042. What is it about? What kind of economic development special projects are we talking about? And I heard also at some point during the presentation that about the water distribution, that there were fewer new homes being built. What is it based on? I look around and it's building everywhere. All right. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, Ms. Duarte.
Jeannie Duarte. There was something that Carl said earlier that was kind of interesting. I had my head down, wasn't paying attention, but I caught the reaction of some on the dais, and I thought that was very interesting. And I'd like to go back, and it had to do with stormwater fees. I'd like to know what was the response, and I'll be looking to see what that was. That was quite interesting to see your reactions. Also, why are we not videotaping you all during this so we can see your reactions, so we can, you're upping the data center, but we're not getting the services that we're paying for. Talking about data and the city hall, what's going on with the $500,000 porch that you guys are adding on to this building? That's kind of interesting. We're in an economic distress here, and we're adding on porches to the city hall for $500,000. Also, too, the truth on millage. How true is this actually? This is the property value that's being appraised versus the purchase price of our homes. So we're actually being charged our rate based on the appraised value of our home, which keeps going up. So we're always going to pay more and more and more and more and more because it keeps going up. And the 9 deputies, how does that justify a quarter budget increase? I'm not catching that. There's a lot here that is not adding up, and I don't think we're even close to approving this budget. But I do want to thank you for considering the proposed 4.09893 rather than the others. As Ron DeSantis said, if your millage rate's not going down or it's going up, if it's staying the same or going up, they're charging you. We're getting taxed on unrealized gains. So I do appreciate that you guys rolled back, not to the rollback, but actually reconsidered that. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Well, looky here. How are you, young lady?
Well, I'm feeling the best I can. I have somebody to take care of home. I cannot come to the meetings, but I made a special arrangement today. But anyway,
Ms. Puglisi.
Cieli Puglisi in Palm Coast since 1991. Okay, regarding the budget, I noticed on your, it's on the website, that one of the things is what Jeannie mentioned about this overhang on the south side of this building. First of all, what is the reason for that? Second, $500,000 is higher than the price of a new home in Palm Coast, where we live. We have a time of tightening budgets, every one of us, with inflation. So why is that? Second, also, I saw one bifold door for one of our fire stations, priced, and they're going to be doing it, at $1.27 million. This is the price of 3 homes in Palm Coast to be built. I mean, a bifold door for a fire station, I believe is 23 or 26, I don't remember well, I'm 81. But I consider some of the items that are approved here are very high. This is why we are concerned about our taxes and the increases and the budget increases. So I think we need here, when it comes about the charter review, a stronger control of our mayor and council to represent properly the needs, not the wants, the needs of the residents. That sometimes by the media we are called gadflies, dredgers, or grandstanders. We do not come here to the grandstand and show ourselves. We come here to plead with you for the preservation of our quality of life, safety, health, and also the value of our homes. Showing that I'm here since 91, I do love Palm Coast. We do bring issues, yes. Somebody calls them complaints, well, you can call them whatever they want, but we need to be heard, whether it's by email or here. And yes, with the budget we have issues. And also, today I was online and I read about all the people, including me, that wanted to see something so important as the modification of our city charter, right? And You cannot see it online. We have back there, we pay a whole crew on public communications, on ITs, but we cannot see the charter review discussions online because, now staff wants to hire somebody else to do that. Don't tell me we don't have enough staff that we pay to have that shown on TV. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else for public comment? Seeing no one come forward, we'll bring it back to the dais. City manager, you got any follow-ups?
No, Mayor.
I noticed that too, the 500,000. That's for construction on the city hall.
Yes, I believe that's
The line item that I saw was $500,000.
I believe it's a previously approved
Might have to call Carl.
contract with Carl. Carl, do you have any?
That was part of phase construction on this facility. It included covering on the back. We do have some events where we have water intrusion into the building through wind events, and this was going to create a covered roof extension, as well as while we're doing that, this was also going to add some concrete area for some exterior seating, but primarily it was to deal with water intrusion into the facility here at that back of the building.
Okay, thank you, sir. That may explain it a little bit. For you, Ms. Chantel, that big increase was because of the capital improvement. That's what's making it look kind of wonky, and that's what we were discussing earlier. It looks kind of wonky because of that money that's going into the capital improvement.
For water and wastewater.
It's wastewater.
It's the plant upgrades and things like that. So it's not like a continuing budgetary cost. It's like this year, the next year. It's a short-term plan, capital improvement plan.
Anything else from the council?
Yeah, I just wanted to. She also asked about economic development and the increase for that. So that's to basically industry standard for your economic development budget is 3% or more. Ours was 1% or less than 1%. So we wanted to increase that. The reason being is that we want to attract businesses that can provide jobs, tax base, things like that within our community. So we're trying to get those types of businesses in, which would include marketing, tax incentives, things like that, to get them to come and put their foot in the door, so to speak, to provide those jobs. One of our biggest challenges in terms of our general fund revenue is that, and it's been talked about ad nauseum for years, but it's like 92 or 93% residential and 7 or 8% commercial and industrial. And one of the ways we can increase the amount of money we have to spend on services and things like that is to bring in commercial and industrial so that they are paying more of the taxes instead of increasing the taxes on the residents. If we don't attract those types of businesses, as costs go up, the only way to pay for them is to raise taxes, and nobody wants to do that. So we're trying to get more businesses in that can provide economic activity within the city, jobs, things like that. So that's why there's a focus on that, and this council had included it on their strategic action plan in order to fund it in that way.
I just want to say yes, and that's the point I was trying to make with the summary of how much revenue we actually have in the way of taxation, how much our overall budget is, and the only way we can kind of improve that, if we keep the taxes and the millage rate the same, is what you said, is through development, bringing more businesses in and things like that. So it's the same point over and over again, but I think you can point it out in a number of ways.
Yeah, and the reason why it's like this is kind of the overall goal for Palm Coast back in 1970, right? Is different than kind of how cities operate today. And, if you look at contemporary cities, that tax mix might be like 70-30 or 65-35. So we're way off from what, a typical city would have in terms of those extra revenues from commercial and industrial. And so that's why there's a big focus to try to push that percentage, so it takes some of the burden off the taxpayers and more on these businesses to pay their property taxes, because when those businesses pay their property taxes, there's no homestead exemption. Anytime they improve those properties, the taxable value goes up. So they pay as in terms of a share, a larger share, per capita. But right now we just don't have enough businesses for that to help us. So we're trying to get more.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Helena, Ms. Ragsdale.
Mayor, if I may, I just want to make one comment with regards to the sheriff's budget. So Sheriff Staley came here and presented the budget, and we talked to him at length about the proposed deputies, and we've seen a study that shows that we're actually below the amount of deputies that we should have based on population, quite a bit below. And so we, in conjunction with the county, came up with a long-term plan to slowly increase the amount of sheriff's deputies so that we could be more on par with what we should be as far as how many calls each of our deputies are responding to, how much time they spend on those calls versus how much time they can spend actually just policing our streets. Because we know that police presence, if we see them policing the streets, rather than being stuck on the side of the road or responding to domestic violence calls, things like that, it creates a safer community. So the 9 deputies still puts us way behind what we should have based on our population. And actually the sheriff's office is working with us to make it more of an affordable increase to our budget, because they initially wanted the 9 deputies for the full fiscal year. They actually reduced that and said, okay, well, we'll take 4 deputies or is it 5 deputies? 5 deputies at half of the fiscal year and 4 at the full fiscal year. So even the sheriff's office is working with us to make that a more affordable add. And we are working in a planned manner to make sure that we are providing the policing that we need to based on the growth of our community. So Sheriff is working very hard. And I will say for the sheriff's office, obviously they do a fantastic job and we have a very safe community. With their real-time crime center and the way that they've leveraged technology, we've been able to operate safely, even with those lesser deputies than we should have based on our population. So I'm happy to increase their budget to keep our community safe and think that that should always be a priority for our budget.
And just to jump onto that, so this was part of the study, I believe it was 3 years of increases. Yeah, so it had begun prior to now. It's continuing now, and then I believe next year is the full. So there's 12 deputies actually being added, 9 from the city and 3 from the county each year. So that will also be next year as well. There'll be an increase in terms of deputies, and then I think we asked to reevaluate that study based on how they.
Actual growth, well, the way that they've done it is actual growth and the time spent on calls. So they call it the time obligated. So how much time obligated is each officer right now, and what percentage do we want them to be time obligated versus their ability to patrol our streets? And so we asked them, council gave consensus to have sheriff's office come back and say, hey, look, we've added these deputies. Can we reevaluate and see what the actual time obligated is now that we've increased the squad, so to speak, to make sure, hey, can we lessen the amount that we need to add in order to keep that level of service?
That's the intent, is to try to just see where we're at so that maybe future increases aren't necessary right now.
And Vice Mayor, I think you make a great point on the evaluation of time on call. I went out on patrol with Rick Staley, with the sheriff, 2 months ago, and there were calls that we went to and addressed that, especially if somebody has to be escorted to a medical facility down in Halifax or whatever the case may be. Those are things that sometimes don't get captured accurately, but it takes that deputy. That deputy is going to be responsible to ensure that person is safe and transition into a safe facility. So I think that assessment is really important. There are a lot of intangibles and things that we don't always capture accurately, and I fully support the sheriff's request.
Yeah. Just on that, as far as the city budget goes, that's absolutely true, because we're just talking deputies.
Yeah.
When you look at I'll take it on. When you look at the total sheriff's budget, there are other things included, like boats, command centers, and you do know that his building out in Bunnell is not paid out of the sheriff's budget. That comes out of the county budget, separate from the sheriff's budget. The facility downtown here, the police district office here in Palm Coast, was not paid out of the sheriff's budget. That was paid out of the county budget. So when you get beyond the actual deputies, I think that in the future, maybe there are some ways to look at things and do a little bit of cutting back. But as far as the deputies, no.
And we have been playing catch up. We are steadily playing catch up.
Yeah, they had showed that chart where it was like 9 years in a row, not a single deputy was added to the sheriff's office. So we fell quite a bit behind during those lean times, I think, after 2006 or so.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Ragsdale. Helena, we're going to move on to E2 presentation, Palm Harbor Golf Club. City Manager.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, City Council. If you recall, we brought additional information to you during your June 23rd City Council meeting, and we were missing a council member, so many of the items were deadlocked, and so you asked James to prepare a presentation today that evaluated our allocations. So James has some more information on that. You also asked us to bring information regarding lease the carts as opposed to purchasing them. You asked us to look at the operational things we're doing to raise fees to break even. You asked us to look at our ILA with the schools and see how much we're waiving for golf for them. And then you asked us to work with loopers and as well explain the donation of the driving range. So James has prepared a presentation with a couple of options for you. I think for the staff and the public, we're looking to just kind of finalize what we're doing with the golf course so that we can move on to next steps, whatever that direction may be.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mrs. Johnston. Pretty much summarized everything right there. So James Hurst, Director of Parks and Recreation, and then with me today I have Dennis Redican. He is our Recreation Manager for Parks and Recreation, and he is currently overseeing the golf operations, and he's doing a very good job at that. So our agenda today will be kind of the review of our internal allocations. We'll have a few slides on the golf cart leasing, some updates, operational updates that we have made and what we plan to make. Looking at the Flagler School District, and then also our tax appraisal, tax relief with the donation of the land. And then at the end, lastly, we just have council consensus. So really briefly, these are the internal allocations that the golf course has in its budget. So we have the information technology, and these are, I apologize, these are fiscal year 26, so this upcoming fiscal year. So our information technology, we're at $35,000, and that includes our hardware, software, computers, and licenses that we have, like Adobe and things like that. Fleet replacement, which is the replacement schedule for all machinery and equipment, and that's at $295,730. Our fleet maintenance is at $93,016, and that's maintaining the equipment that we have there, the golf carts, and some machinery as well. And then we alluded to in the budget presentation just earlier that there is the facility maintenance that will be added to our budget, and that's at $63,249. That includes our HVAC, roofing, any improvements we need to the site, plumbing, and those are those things. And then our insurance pretty much encompasses our property insurance, and that's at $24,641 with a total of $511,814.
James, I have questions about this slide, and I've had questions about how this is calculated for quite some time. So the fleet replacement and the insurance, I understand those are more hard costs. We can calculate those based on what a third party is essentially charging us. But the information technology, fleet maintenance, and facilities maintenance, how are all of those calculated?
So for IT, it's calculated by and this is how the program works for all of the entire organization. It's calculated by FTE in each department. So the golf has a department budget, it has its own division. You have 13 employees. Some are part-time and some are full-time, and it's based off those FTE equivalents. So their time using the Chrono system to clock in and out, or our computers there, or any of that cost, the switches, hardware, all of that is built into your IT cost.
And I think that's the same with the others too, with the facility maintenance and the,
Yes, and the facilities maintenance is allocated based off square footage.
Yeah.
Okay, so have we done any analysis on the hours spent, the actual hours spent on fleet maintenance and facilities maintenance at any time for the golf course?
No.
That's a problem.
Yeah.
That's a problem because right now, year to date, I believe we're at a deficit of $100,000 for the golf course. Now, we have made a lot of changes that really haven't had time to start shaping what we could probably see in the future. But if you look at the fleet maintenance and the facilities maintenance allocations, that's $150,000 right there. If we can get actual hard costs for that, what are we actually spending? That could eliminate our deficit right there, and this would be much less of a conversation. So what I want to see, and I would ask for consensus from council, so before we make such a dire decision as to selling our golf course, let's get hard costs. What is Public Works actually spending in fleet maintenance and facility maintenance over the next year or 2 years, hour-wise? Have them record it. I know it's probably measured somehow.
I'm not sure if Matt's still in the back. But
we have, here he comes. Yeah. Go ahead, Matt.
No, thank you. Matt Mansell, your Director of Public Works. So during this last year's budget analysis, when we realigned how facilities maintenance was charged out, we did analyze those costs, and this was an accurate figure.
Okay, so this is accurate.
So this is accurate, yes. And for fleet maintenance, that's calculated as a percentage of value for each asset. And we run a backwards analysis with faster fleet services at the end of each year to make sure those are accurate as well. And those are used for the next year's budget programming. So those are accurate.
Does that include golf carts? So for each golf cart we buy, we have a yearly maintenance cost.
Correct.
But does that necessarily mean maintenance was done on it?
So of their overall fleet, those are kind of amortized out for the fleet for each division. So he has his overall allocation, and one cart may be, a lemon, where another cart may be, like no problems at all. But across the fleet that he owns, those costs are amortized, and it is shown to be like 90% cost recovery on those. Sometimes we exceed because, we might have a piece of equipment that sticks around a little too long, or we have something that just has a catastrophic failure. But there are things we're doing to look forward in the future on going to a chargeback rate instead of an allocation rate.
Mm-hmm.
We're just not there yet with the software that we have.
Okay, so we are looking, and are we looking at a chargeback rate for just fleet maintenance or for fleet and facilities maintenance?
Right now I'm working towards fleet as
Just
the
fleet.
goal.
Okay.
Facilities is definitely in the discussion because that is the best practice.
It is, yeah, I would agree with you on that.
It's actual cost.
Correct.
So just so I understand, you're saying that we're allocating these costs based on different metrics, right? FTEs or square footage or whatever the case is, but then a review is done and that estimating practice is found to be mostly accurate.
Correct.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
So the vice mayor, brings up some really good points about how things have been accounted and are trying to be accounted for going forward. The other big concern I think we all shared was that, in previous updates on this issue was the non-inclusion of capital improvement projects like the big water pumps that have gone out. And so, but guys, this has been a pattern of behavior in the way this thing has been managed. The issues you've brought up, the issues that we've seen, we have been in the hole, and we continue to be in the hole, even year to date. And so, you know, I'm always for finding a way to self-improve, but I think we need to look at other options. And I know you guys are trying. But it's, and this council has different expectations, right? When it comes to DOGE and being conservative with our funds and things of that nature. It's, you know, that we got to find a way, and I think we need to continue to look at all options.
I think that's a big part of it is the shift in expectation in terms of cost recovery. I think in the past that was not the standard necessarily. So I don't know if it's fair to you know, lay that at their feet, you know. But I think we still have more of the presentation to go to talk about what they have done as well. So
Yeah, I didn't mean to pump an entire break to your presentation, and Matt, I don't want to hold you up here either. But I think just as we're looking, because we're really hyper-focused on the golf course, to say respectfully, James, to not give the full context as to how we're analyzing this and how we're getting better, because it sounds like in the past we may have, you know, kind of had these estimates and then there's been a process that's been in place, but we really haven't kind of put the microscope over them. If you guys are now putting the microscope over them, let us know, because that's going to affect our policy decisions up here. It sounds like there's, between you and Public Works, there's a different process that may be taking place from this point forward. If that's the case, I commend you for it, but we got to know that, because as we give you direction, I want to make sure we're giving direction based on a change in process from staff's perspective.
And Vice Mayor, it's not just happening at the golf course. You're using the golf course as an example, but we're implementing these policies and procedures throughout the entire organization. So we're changing fleet for not only the golf course, but utilities and Public Works and the fire department, and the same thing for facilities or utilities and the fire department. So we're trying to amplify these things over the broader spectrum of the entire organization.
Thank you for that.
And James, is there anything in the contract with Loopers as far as facilities maintenance? Because that's $63,000, and HVAC, roofing, site improvements, plumbing. Is there anything in their contract where they have to cover some of that cost?
No, that they are the renters of the property of the facility. So anything that has to do with the property, we have to take care of. Yeah.
Right, they're responsible for their equipment, anything that's individual to their needs.
Building infrastructure-wise is us. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry to hold you up, James.
No, you're fine. So then we'll look at the golf cart operations. So in 2022, 50 carts were purchased. In 2023, 22 golf carts were purchased. And then our next replacements are planned for fiscal year 26-27, and then also 27-28. We're estimating a trade-in value between $1,500 to $2,000, but also auctioning is an alternative to these trade-ins as well. So current review initiated to ensure that there's a long-term cost efficiency, smarter asset management, and reduced operational risks. So we do have a little bit of a comparison chart here. So as you can see, the first two options, option 1 and option 2, are for leasing. So they were a 40-month and 52-month term at a significant, obviously, monthly lower cost to what the purchase is. But you know, they don't have the option for resale value, where in the club purchase option, there is the option to sell back the golf carts to kind of get level with those total costs on the far right of the chart. Then all of these include a 5-year warranty, and then obviously all city maintenance is performed in-house, regardless of the acquisition method.
Yeah, I feel strongly, as I've gone through this and thought about it, I really like the lease option for a whole bunch of reasons. Once they'd all be replaced at exactly the same time, I believe the maintenance will be less cost for us under those circumstances. I'd have to see the details in the contract as to who's doing what as far as maintenance goes. You've got an easier way of replacing one if it goes bad. The leasing company has to do that. and it's close enough, now that I see the figures are close enough, and I think it would take some burden off our staff in order to maintain that, and we'll always have exactly the age of each of the carts will be essentially the same because they all get replaced at the same time. So even with those numbers, the way you put them up, and I know the resale thing, I still think it makes a lot of sense to a lot of golf courses lease their golf carts. I mean, it's pretty standard practice in the industry right now. And so of the options that we're going to talk about today, that's the one I'm going to hold that I think leasing may be I strongly feel leasing is the best way to go on that.
Well, just to add to that, the time value of money, right? So you're outlaying all this money up front or even saving it from years in advance to do this if we're using the fleet replacement program. Instead of paying $8,000 today, we can pay $125 monthly and pay that $6,000 over 5 years.
Resale value.
Right.
That's a pain to have to resell them.
Well, these numbers are based on getting that resale figure, right? It's not guaranteed. So if you go, James, can you go back to the last slide? So if you look at the actual cost, that monthly cost, we're estimating the residual or resale value, but there's no guarantee for that to get to a figure that is, even with that, is slightly more than the 48-month lease option. So I agree with you that we should start leasing.
And between the two options, it's $137,000.
I'd just like to provide a couple of clarification points. So the costs are very similar, and I understand your points on the lease versus buy. Some of the specifics that I would ask you to keep in mind, when you turn in those lease vehicles, they are going to assess them. We're going to receive a charge for any excessive damage. That's an unknown cost to a lease. And on a fleet that size and for the intended use of being rental vehicles, the wear and tear is usually a little higher. So I would ask you to consider that. When it comes to the maintenance, it would be the same level of maintenance for those if we were to lease them or to buy them, because right now they're under warranty. Their planned replacement is when the warranty expires, and we would be maintaining the same things during that warranty period as we would during the lease period, if that makes sense. So steering linkages, wear and tear items, tires, those types of components, and then obviously damage accrued while we own it. We would repair those. We would repair those now. We would repair those if they were under lease as well. So, just keeping that in mind. Costs are very close. It's kind of 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. However, the unknown cost of damage assessment upon lease turn-in is something that we would have to keep in the back of our mind. So, Madam Vice Mayor, to your point about the residual value, those are estimates. We have in the past had higher than the 1,500 to 2,000. We lowered those estimates based on current market, and I do think 1,500 to 2,000 is a strong estimate of residual value. So,
thank you,
Matt. Real quick, I'm a private person. I own a golf course. We're a city, so we have you guys that can do the maintenance. How does that function for a private golf course? Do they have someone on staff that maintains them?
either that or they would work a maintenance agreement into the lease.
Okay.
So, they would pay an additional fee to have a higher level of service for their rental fleet while they're under the lease agreement.
So that's also an option.
It would be one that we did not price out, so we would have to get those.
Is there any way we could figure that out?
I would have to go back to Club Car and see if they offer that for one, and then what the cost would be.
Yes, sir. That might help a little bit. Let's take the burden off of you guys having to,
Yeah,
to
it
maintain
frees up
something
time.
that we don't own. I don't.
So just looking for consensus, we'll go through each of these items, and then for the next budget year, because that is when they're up for either replacement or looking at the lease option, we would bring you back a proposal of the lease and then these additional costs, maintenance agreements.
The first lot is due next year.
Yes.
Yeah.
I would be curious to that, but also, you got to think that these companies know they're leasing golf carts to golf courses, right? You're not leasing them to, someone who's just using it to ride to European Village from the C-section and back, right? There's going to be wear and tear on these. It's almost like, when a landlord rents to a tenant, anything beyond normal wear and tear is what you can charge the tenant for when they vacate. So I would think there's a similar concept there for leasing these golf carts. There's going to be a certain amount of wear and tear on these golf carts by virtue of the fact that you're leasing to a golf course. So I would be curious to see what the lease language is with regards to, when those golf carts are turned back in, what is kind of considered that normal wear and tear for the intended use.
I would imagine it'd be similar to like Enterprise or, whatever rental car
Right.
company.
Yeah.
I mean, there's probably a threshold where like you either buy it or, we take it back so we can sell it.
Mm-hmm. People don't need to be doing wheelies. And what do they call them? The donuts in our golf carts.
I think our population is less likely, but some of the videos I've seen on YouTube that what people do with golf carts.
The devil's in the details
Sure.
on this, but these rental lease companies that do this, they've done it a lot.
Right.
And they've probably looked at every possible thing, and so I think it's...
City Manager's quick question. I know we're going through each of these items, but if we decide to take a different course of action, then do we still pursue these items?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Continue on, James, please.
Okay, I'm going to turn over the next couple of slides to Dennis. He's going to talk about the changes in operations, what we've implemented, and some of the upcoming changes as well.
Thanks, James. So some of the implemented changes that have already been made to the golf course have been the group rates have changed from $43 to $46. On April 1st, we introduced a 3% credit card processing fee. And on May 1st, we introduced an increase of our summer rates, and our range tokens were implemented. Also, one change I thought was necessary as soon as I took over operations was to take advantage of our daylight hours. And so I've increased our AM tee times as well as our afternoon tee times. So over the last 2 months, I've been observing, getting feedback from our golfers, and trying to find ways to improve our operations. Again, taking advantage of our daylight hours, I wanted to try to find ways to extend our range hours, and we're going to start using our carts up until 5:30 to take advantage of the daylight hours. Also, in an effort to be more cost recovery, we'll be presenting new residential and non-residential rates. These rates would include fees going up, as well as removing league fees. I also want to attack some additional programming for our golf course, including kids programming. I'm going to revamp and take a look closer at our annual pass holders that are expiring on November of this year. And then I want to increase our handicaps fees on January 1.
Any questions on that one?
No, I look forward to that presentation. And are you basing these actions on what is standard in the industry?
Yes.
sure.
Yeah. It'd be also Parks and Recreation as well.
Got it. Thank you.
Sorry. So just going off the question from last presentation and waiving some fees. So we do host high school teams. We have the girls and boys for Matanzas High School. They use the course. FPC actually has moved to Grand Reserve, I think, this year. So it's only now it's Matanzas girls and boys. So they use some of our tee times. So probably a little bit less now at 5,600 of estimated lost revenue with them, with some tee times and things like that. We also have Special Olympics. They don't really use the course as an entirety. But they do use our driving range, the practice range, the chipping green, and the putting green. So they only really use our tokens. And then we added the Florida State Golf Association junior tournaments. They do pay. They do pay us a rate for their tournaments. They have them twice a year. But what we do is to kind of make their tournament play seamless and we block off extra tea times because as the kids start playing, we don't want the public coming in right behind them. So we do block off a few extra tea times because these are 2 events each year, one in January, one in March. About 80 kids come with parents, so it does have a little bit of an economic impact to the community as well, which is great. But so we, as I said, we about $12,000 we lose just blocking off extra tea time, so we don't have the public behind the last players of the kids that are playing in the tournament. And then we talked about a little bit of the tax appraisal.
Sorry, City Manager, do we need to give direction on whether or not we're going to continue on with these waivers? I think, Mayor, you had brought up not wanting or wanting to start charging the high school.
We should get some revenue out of it.
We would have to revise our MOU agreement with the school district because they use some of our facilities. We use some of their facilities for free as well. So their gym space, things like that, summer camp classrooms, we use for free. In turn, we have some facilities they use for free as well.
When we've done the analysis, looking at it comprehensively citywide, to James's point about all the facilities that they're using and we are using, it comes out to pretty much break even. So just having them charge for the pool, for the golf course, are we going to reopen that for the pool and then they're going to start charging us? We already have those signed agreements with the school district.
Yeah, I'm not in favor of changing this at all, even without knowing about how it would affect the MOU. I think the community gets a benefit out of our high school kids using the course. So that's just my position on this. I wouldn't change this.
They do. Some of the kids do volunteer with us for some of the summer camp programs and things like that.
And as you add kids programming, I would imagine a lot of the high school kids would want to be involved in that. Yeah. I mean, that's what you find is a lot of the high school kids like to be involved in coaching and things like that of kind of the younger generation coming through. So my position on this is not to affect any change.
And to add to that, I called around to some athletic directors in Florida high schools, and none that I talked to were that said that they pay to play in their local environments in terms of courses. So I don't think it's standard to charge that. I don't know. I don't know if that just drives them somewhere else anyways, right? If we charge them, then they'll just go to a course that doesn't charge them.
I certainly don't want to charge Special Olympics to be out there.
No, that's $200.
Actually, those two are negligible. There's nothing stopping from receiving revenue from Florida State Golf Association.
Yeah, and we do. Yeah, they pay for their tee times, yeah.
So it's just the buffers that we're putting in place. Is there...
that's the best way to put it, buffer.
I'm not... obviously they have their own sponsors and things like that. Yeah. So we don't have any leeway to maybe try to raise sponsorship money or anything like that to offset some of these.
We talk to them annually, so we can always. I'm sure we'll be talking about the next year's tournaments pretty soon here, so we can work some things through with them.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if they know that essentially it's a cost to us for us to buffer that. So
they do enjoy our course, and they've come back quite a number of years in a row too. So they do enjoy coming to Palm Coast.
How much revenue do we get from those tournaments?
For both tournaments, it's $17,000. That includes spectator carts, practice rounds, and then the actual tournament rounds as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I don't have any desire to increase or decrease those availabilities for younger people. It's just not.
But we have the numbers now.
Yeah. We have numbers, and but it's not. It's a different kind of thing. It's not use. We buffer it, so we're not. It's money. There's no doubt about it. But the times, but it's not money in the budget. In other words, it's money that's not
being recovered. Yeah.
Maybe the increase in hours and things like that.
Yeah, I think there's, obviously there's a million different things that we can do to try to change how these operations look. I think this isn't it. I think, rate changes, hour changes, things like that. So increasing the top line and lowering that bottom line at the same time, hopefully can get us where we need to be.
top of that, we want younger people to do things like
Okay, James.
Okay. And then just on the tax appraisal, kind of in 2023, we received a donation of about 8.38 acres, which include the current driving range and the chipping green. So this portion of the property was actually tax exempt. The remaining 143 acres is taxable because we do operate the restaurant on the property, which is about $1,700 in 2023. Any questions on this?
And I think the previous question regarding the appraisal was surrounding the donation that we got for the driving range, and we couldn't find anything, but the only thing that we could assume was that the previous property had entitlements on it for developing townhouses or condos, and so that has a value, and it could have been in that relinquishing that it's now conservation green space, a golf course, that those entitlements went away as far as that information, but we couldn't necessarily find anything specific.
And then just for council consensus and consideration, so we have three options for council. Execute the RFP process for the golf course sale, draft up an RFP for outsourcing golf course operations, or the golf course remained under city management with the goal to be cost recovery every year. And those are the three considerations.
Yeah, we received that packet from Daniel, but there was no numbers in it. That's what we need to see from those folks is,
Mayor, I did meet with that gentleman about his proposal and just explained that, like according to your option number 2, if he was interested in operating the golf course as a business, then he would need to submit the proposal through that RFP process. And his proposal that he gave to me, that he would give the city $100,000 each year, that was his proposal.
Yeah, so to your point, Mr. Mayor, everything about it sounds great, but there are no actual numbers, and it's a guarantee to give us money, but I don't know how much of a guarantee it is, right? They can't just come out of pocket $100,000 a year if they're not making money. So I'd like to see more in terms of that.
when is the contract up with Loopers? How many more years? 5 years. Right. 2 years. But they have.
They have the right to, they have options. Yeah.
It is 2 years left, and then there's an option for renew for 5 years, and then another option for 5 years on top of that.
Okay. What about as far as negotiating? Because it's like a sweetheart deal, right?
So
it's a pretty good deal.
When our interim assistant city manager was here, he did go over and speak with the owner of Loopers and discussed council's pleasure of renegotiating that contract, but there's nothing in the contract that says that Loopers has to negotiate with us, and so they were okay with where they are at and very supportive and happy with their current contract that they have in place.
If I recall, though, I'm not saying they're not, paying full market share or whatever the case may be, but it was an increase over the previous contract.
Oh, it was a large increase, and so I had brought this up, so I'll kind of take it in the chin for this one. When they came to us with the previous and compared it to the previous lease, it is much better than the previous lease. And Loopers, I think they do a great job out there. I like the product that they're providing to the community. So there's no complaints. It's just a matter of now knowing more, because when that contract first came to council, I was brand new on council, but knowing more now, it's like, dang, we kind of missed an opportunity there. So in the future, obviously, we can look to doing things differently. But it's not as if Loopers is doing anything wrong, but they don't have an obligation to change anything in their lease. And I did speak to Jamie, and he was very kind, but obviously said, we're willing to do more out there if you all want us to take a larger role and increase operations or something like that. But as far as renegotiating the lease, obviously they're not looking to do that. I think, when we look at this, first of all, I have to say, Dennis, you're doing a fabulous job. You've only been out there, I think now, managing for a month or two, but I've heard nothing but good things. I've heard nothing but improvements. So I want to thank you for that. My position on the considerations, if we are going to look at outsourcing, I think that we need to treat it the same way we did the auditor's contracts, where we kind of look at everybody who's presenting an RFP and we grade them. You know, we grade them, and then staff kind of brings back who our top whatever amount of choices are. We need to be fair to all of those, not just the one gentleman who presented his proposal to us, but we need to go out to RFP pursuant to law. But I really think we need to give Dennis and the rest of our team a chance to actually see what a year will do with under this new management, with the new fees that we're going to implement, with the new expanded hours, and really give that a chance to fix, because this is the first time we have really dissected this course in this way. And here we are dissecting it, making staff go through the measures that they've gone through, and then without giving it a chance, we're saying, oh, we're just now going to sell it. I think that does a disfavor to our residents, a disfavor to staff, and I think we're selling ourselves short if we do that. So my position is that we give staff that year, let the new fees and the new hours and all of those things really have a chance to affect change, and then we can maybe readdress this. But if council does decide to go the draft the RFP for outsourcing course operations option, I would say we need to do it the same way we did the auditor's contracts and look at everything before and with, you know, let keep it in control of council rather than staff. But I in no way, shape, or form want to sell this golf course.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, I have come to the conclusion that number 3, remain under city management with annual cost recovery, at this point is probably the way to go with a lot of what the vice mayor has said. But I do feel that I want to add, on the lease, on the lease agreement of the things that we can do right now. I would like to add, if anything we agree to today, that before we buy more carts or lease vehicles, that particular decision has to come back to the council.
Well, I think they said that's what, 28?
26, 27.
Yeah, it will be in preparation of the 27 budget.
27 budget.
It's a contract, so city
It's like
staff
say
can't
that
do that.
now, so it doesn't kind of slip through
Mm-hmm.
later. But I've gone back and forth on this. You know, I've been involved with golf for about 60 years in various positions, and there are physical limitations on this golf course as far as what a private person could do with it. For instance, we probably aren't going to allow lights on the driving range. That might be one of their key ways that they feel that they can make money. But I think if you really want to start a hornet's nest of problems, that probably would be, and that would probably be the number one thing that a person making that a private golf course, that's the way to make money. The driving
Lighting in the residential neighborhood's a problem.
right? And the fact that the current Looper's restaurant, you know, that's just essentially mobile homes, 4 of them put together. They didn't get they have a great location, but we didn't give them a great facility. So I think we enter into that too. So, you know, I'm willing at this point, even though it might be, I might have had different thoughts, remain under city management and annual cost recovery to add in the fact that we'll look at the lease or buy on the golf.
What would, sorry.
Dennis, do you think you can turn it around?
Absolutely.
So I was just going to ask, for RFP purposes, what would, I don't know what the time frames would look like, things like that either. That's kind of a question mark for me, especially with, you know, the thought process that we want to see the changes have the opportunity to, you know, show themselves whether they're working or not. You know, for me, the intent is not to sell the golf course. The intent is to get as much information as possible, give us the options that we have. And so, you know, I'd still be okay with an RFP, either for outsourcing operations or the entire thing, just so we have more information about it. Ultimately, though, my intent is that it stays a public golf course in Palm Coast, operating in a great way, so that we continue to enjoy this. It helps with the property values and the amenities in those neighborhoods and things like that. So, and it's an attraction. It was the original attraction for Palm Coast. So, it's immensely important to get this right. I think there's great opportunity here. As you mentioned, the facilities are substandard. In terms of cost recovery, my intent isn't let's just cut corners and not invest in the golf course to reduce costs. We need to do it both ways. We need to invest in it as well as try to be more efficient. So, depending on what everybody else thinks, I'm happy to go with the group.
So
I'd like to make a comment, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, go right ahead, sir.
So, staff, first of all, I'm the one that brought this issue to the table and swung this blue binder around about the many, many, many years that we've been losing money. But, we have, so thanks for all the analysis and putting up with us as we've kind of gone through all this. I think it's worth looking at all the options when we're trying to save money. And we've all said it today, we're all trying to be conservative with our funds and manage the expectations. But team, I still don't see a risk of putting the golf course out to bid just to see what that looks like, okay, as a comparison to continuing to do the same things or, the adjustments that we're now moving forward. We'll find out how much it's worth, and we don't have to accept any bid if we don't like the offer or if it doesn't make sense. And I just pulled up, and James, thank you for sending me the last RFP that we looked at as part of this discussion that we've had since February. We put safeguards into the bidding process that protects our residents by ensuring that Palm Harbor Golf Course will always remain a public golf course and open to the Palm Coast residents. It could never become a private golf course also that shuts out our residents. It can never become an overpriced overflow or a private resort. The other safeguard we put into place that if the golf course should fail to run under a private entity, that it would automatically revert back to the city. And this will ensure that the property never becomes houses, townhomes, condos, apartments, and it'll always remain a public golf course for our community. And so, from my perspective, and I hear what everybody else is saying, I look forward to hearing from public comment, but we have an opportunity to finally stop the bleeding of millions and millions of dollars while at the same time we collect additional taxpayer dollars. And, of note, and I think this was part of the discussion previously, the appraisal that we pushed out that came back in was $1.8 million, but that reflects all the restrictions that I just mentioned, not $16 million or whatever that would have been if it would fail for residential use. So that's a big difference in the sale. So I'll throw this out there. Team, would you guys be considered to maybe take two courses of action? Execute an RFP to see what we can get for the sale of the golf course while also looking at making improvements?
Members of the public, you will have...
I'm just throwing out options because I hear...
Wait 1 second. Members of the public, you will have your time to come up here in public comment, but to move this meeting along efficiently, you have to keep your comments to yourselves until it's your turn. I promise you will have a chance at that microphone, okay?
So, Councilman, I'll engage in the conversation. I think I agree that all of those restrictions would need to be put in place if we were to go out to RFP. But I'll tell you, pragmatically speaking, I don't think we're going to get a big bid with all of those restrictions. If you look at what happened out at Matanzas, we have, I think, an application snaking its way through planning now to add dwelling units and to change what some of those view protection zones were supposed to be, and you have overgrown fairways now, and so there's an attempt to try to change things out there. And so I think that what we'll find if we were to go out to RFP is that somebody looking at all of those restrictions and not looking at a future ability to make it private or to make it a resort or to put houses on it, we're just not going to see that ROI. I could be wrong. But to me, I mean, it would have to be an astronomical amount of money, not just a, hey, we can cash in for, I wouldn't even accept, I don't even want to put a number on it because it would be an astronomical number that's probably not even worth discussing. Yeah. So, you know, I understand what your point is in saying, well, what does it hurt? I think what it hurts is I think there's two repercussions we could see. A, it's a blow to staff. It's not giving them the chance that they've been working very hard to prove to us they can turn things around and they can make this happen for us. But I also think it's kind of a gut punch to the residents. They treasure this course. Our community has treasured this course for a really long time. And it's almost like, well, we're putting a price tag on something that's priceless. So for me, I hear what you're saying, Councilman Gambaro, and I think if we were talking about something that wasn't such kind of the jewel of the community for so long, I would be on board with your line of thinking. But in this specific circumstance, I just disagree.
Well, I think this golf course is a jewel, and it's very, very important to our community. Why not make it better? Why not make it a lot better than what it is now? I mean, is the city going to invest the funds to make it a greater destination than it is now? And then you're assuming the outcome of the RFP. We don't know for a fact. That's why I'm like, hey, let's see what comes back.
I have a question from just a budgeting standpoint, City Manager. And forgive me, when we were going through the budget, I didn't see anything. But on the CIP, do we have any of the golf course improvements on the actual CIP right now?
No, you directed us to move those expenditures to the golf course budget.
Well, no, and I understand because
So
we
they're-
were trying to do this analysis, right?
So they're moved out of the capital projects fund.
The pump was mentioned in one of those line items.
Yeah, I did, and that was like 300,000, I think.
278.
Okay, yeah. So, which that's actually not compared to what we spend on other things. That's not terrible. Yeah,
It's ridiculous to have to say that, but
Yeah,
you know.
I know it's crazy, but okay. So I was just curious, though, from a policy perspective, we can put items for the golf course on the CIP. There's nothing stopping us from doing that, but for the purposes of seeing what we're actually spending on the golf course, we put it on the budget for the golf course this year.
Correct.
At our request.
Yeah, no, I agree. But I just, from a conceptual standpoint, saying, hey, we always budget long-term for these other projects. Is there anything stopping us from doing that for the golf course?
So, Vice Mayor, I just wanted to jump in. In terms of the dollar value of the RFP and things like, in considering the RFP, to me, it's not really about like how much money can we get out of the golf course. It's really about trying to make the golf course operate in a better way and reduce the burden on taxpayers to have to subsidize it. So that's really my intent there. It's, again, never to be anything other than a public golf course and hopefully be operating in a better way with more capital improvement, things that we haven't done as a city or we've just included in our CIP. There's golf course operators out there that obviously do this a lot better than a city government does. So that's the reason why an RFP makes sense, to get that information, see what the possibilities are. Again, if it doesn't make sense, it doesn't make sense. But in any case, if there's consensus one way or the other with the council, I'm on board with.
I would say my suggestion would be to leave it in the hands of the city management. Once we start the new year, by the end of the second quarter, do a reevaluation with Dennis and Mr. Hurst to see if it's on track to break even. That would be my suggestion.
And to add to that, gentlemen, there's also the consideration of busy season, slow season. So it has to be benchmarked against, previous operations during busy season. If we're like, hey, we're up $500,000, but then we know we're going to spend $450,000 in the slow season, then we're break even or close to it. Just want to make sure that's kind of accounted for in that analysis if we do decide to go forward with that.
Vice Mayor, didn't you say we're almost at the end of our fiscal year? We're 130,000 in the hole. 100,000
based on the figures that staff presented to me this morning. But of course, that's without really a lot of the changes that have been made being able to have an effect yet.
So I would look for consensus to do that. Leave it within the city's control. Starting the new year, come back, reevaluate at the end of the second quarter, and if things are not changing and moving in the direction we want, then put it out for RFP for private management of the course. Can I get consensus
agree with
for
that.
City manager, how long would the RFP process take? Would it come back in second quarter, or we could have 2 sets of analysis to look at?
So it typically takes about 20 to 30 days, and just depending on how long you want the bid to be out there to make sure that you're getting the responses that you want is the determining factor if you want it faster or slower.
But our acquisition process is we have to notice first for 30 days, right?
No, we have to notice for at least 7 days.
7 days, okay, and then it's the actual opportunity to provide a bid.
Right.
And we determine that time frame.
Yes, you can determine how long that you want the bid to be open for, and then you need to consider how long it's going to take you to review all of the proposals, and then scheduling for presentations, and then making your evaluations.
The motion wasn't to buy, it was to manage.
No, I'm just asking the question because I think for second quarter, maybe we can line it up so both the RFP and the analysis from the staff come back at the same time.
Well, that's at the end of the second quarter. That puts us at March. So
Okay.
they come back by April, and by the next year, next budgeting cycle, we'd already put out that RFP, whatever our next course of action.
I guess my point is if we're truly want to look at all the data and numbers and performance of our staff in concert, if at the end of the day, either way, we on this dais want to make sure that this is kept a golf course, a public golf course. I don't think there's any debate about that. And we're also trying to look at the dollars to see if it makes sense on whether or not the city maintains it, or we put it out to outsource it, or we sell it. Why not collect all the data at once in order to make a fully informed decision? That way, we can certainly say, and especially given the guidance and expectations that this council has set with regards to these kinds of amenities, that we should. That way, we have all the data we need to make a decision going forward.
So I think by the end of the second quarter, we could revisit that as far as the draft RFP for selling it too.
Yeah, so at the same time, right? Like if we put that thing into motion so it lands at the same time when we get the feedback from the staff.
So you're saying at the end of the second quarter, when Dennis comes back with it and we do our assessment, to move forward with those 2 options then?
We would also look at bids and presentations, things of that nature.
No problem.
Just to have that information. Because
Okay.
I think we're all in alignment.
Sorry, I'm confused. Just want to be really clear. So, what we're hearing is that, Mayor, you want us to come back at the end of March, which is the end of the second quarter for our fiscal year, with what we've done for the golf course. And then, Councilmember Gambaro, you want us to go out for the RFP now and review those at the end of the second quarter, or you want to
We can
wait?
delay it, but I guess my point is so that we have both sets of data to be able to make an informed decision. And so really what I'm saying is, as we're talking through this, is that it would be a combination of considerations 1 and 3.
So he's saying, I think, back out, however, what the time frame is required to RFP so that those bids and evaluation process comes back at the same March. So if that means January or
Okay, and we're talking about bids for sale, not bids for operations.
Correct.
I thought they were talking about.
Mayor, just trying to.
No, my recommendation was at the end of the second quarter, which is the end of March, let Dennis and Mr. Hurst come back with their evaluation. If we're on a glide path to meet that full cost recovery, going forward from there. If not, if we don't feel that we're at that point at the end of March, into April, then we could put it out for RFP for either one of those for sale or outsourcing it for operations. But to me, I'm never going to agree to sell the golf course. It's just not going to happen. That's not going to come from me.
I'm okay with backing it out, as you put it, Councilman Miller, backing out the RFP for operations, to outsource operations, to come back in March at the same time as we look at how Dennis and the team have been able to do. But I would not be willing to take the leap to do an RFP to sell at that point. I think if we're actually going to give the course a chance, we would look at RFP to outsource in the case that city management can't get it back on its feet. And then we would look at outsourcing to be able to keep it and outsource to try to be cost recovery before we went to the sale process. So I'm with you, Mayor. Even at that point, I wouldn't be ready to sell it. I would want to see if then outsourcing management could recover the golf course. So I wouldn't be willing to take that leap, but I would be willing, Councilman Gambaro, to go ahead and be prepared for RFPing outsourcing of operations to analyze in March at the same time.
So we have consensus for that?
Let me make sure I understand. So staff understands. So the direction that the mayor and council is seeking is that this is kind of holding off for a year until March to see how staff runs it. And then during that time frame, have an RFP to come ready to come back in March for the management of the golf course.
Yes. We have
Operations.
Are you good with that, Councilman Miller?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Vice Mayor?
Yes.
No. Okay, we have consensus, 4 out of 5. Any more discussion? Are we going to open this up for public comment? If you have any public comments.
Sir, I would wait 1 second. There's a lot of people getting up. I want to make sure just wait 1 second. There's a lot of people getting up. I want to make sure your comments are heard.
Just wait a couple of seconds.
Yes.
Just wait a couple of seconds.
Real quick.
Sir, I just wanted to make sure your comments were heard. So go ahead.
Make sure you're heard.
Anyways, you got your guidance how to do the briefing, what they wanted, all right? So the information was provided.
State your name for the record and then make your comment.
I did. Eric Weber. Sorry. So anyways, we have our information that you guys requested. Is that what you requested? Okay, it looks like yes and no. Vice Mayor, spot on. We need hard data. We just been putting a hand on this whole thing for last, 6, 7 years and not really pulling down what the golf course is doing or not doing. And then all of a sudden now, this year, it pops up, it's a problem. It's not making any money. Well, did we prove that yet? Did we look at what we're charging? We look at the number of rounds that we're doing. Did we dig down in there and look at all the information, the maintenance cost? On a routine basis, he's a park manager. I'm not defending him. He's a park manager. How many? 12, 13 parks, 11, whatever he's got. Now he's got a golf course. It's just not a normal park. So we haven't put somebody in there that has done due diligence for that golf course, assessed the performance, what our expectations are. More importantly, what your expectations are. So at the end of the day, have we done due diligence to the city by providing what resources and what the performance level for that golf course should be? I'm sorry to say, but the superintendent, Troon, we got to do something there. Somebody's got to evaluate the standards of what that company's doing or not doing for that golf course. I don't know how many times you guys go out there and look at that course. I'm on there 2 or 3 times a week, and no. Things aren't improving. They're sustaining. They're not improving. These gentlemen here and their staff are doing something. Now we want them to do 2 things. Focus. Focus on one thing and one thing only right now. Success. What is each and every individual sitting before me, going to provide them for success? Diversity? You know, another option? No. We need a golf course. We have a golf course. So at the end of the day, they need 100% of your support, the city's support. They got mine.
Thank you, sir. Yes, Ms. Chantel.
Chantal Pröninger. A golf course is wonderful, but it has to have a budget that fits itself. It should not be for the residents to pay for. So the options to sell it, and I know a lot of people in this room don't want to sell it, but here's my question. If we ever came to sell it, could it be to sell it to stay a golf course? It doesn't mean that because it's sold, it would not be a golf course. But whoever would buy it might have extraordinary ideas and budget to make it work. How about the golf carts? Should the city buy new golf carts? While you wait to see if they manage their budget better? I don't think so, because that would be more cost for the city without knowing can they do it or not. But then if we wait like March or something, and if they can do it, and the city said, okay, we'll buy the golf course, well, we're back in the hole again. So there must be a solution somewhere, but the people or the city should not pay for it.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Celia Buglisi, and my very one reason that I came here is our beloved Palm Harbor Golf Course. You're talking about RFP for sale, Mr. Gambaro, talking about RFP for sale. Our city attorney a few months ago had mentioned, clarified to our Councilwoman Pontieri, that if the city sells it, it's totally out of the hands of the city what it will be done with the golf course. Exactly what happened with Matanzas Golf Course. Now today, Matanzas Golf Course, the huge 279 acres of the giant sponge of the L section is not working because it's been plugged with housing. And like I never seen before since I lived since 1991, the streets in the L section are flooding. And the yards of the people are flooding. And the people are starting to see chain link fences in the back of those golf course lots that they bought higher price because we're in the golf course. When we bought our homes around the golf course, and I am the president of my association, I represent all the people in my association, as well as I heard the people in Covington Park, in the fairways, in the Oaks, also in Lake Forest, the people in Courtney Lane, and the people in the C-section, like Mrs. Hobbs, my friend, that owns 62 Cooper Lane, the second house after the first one when you go past Loopers. All those people don't want our golf course sold. All those people don't want our golf course lease because we already had the disaster for 5 or 6 years with Kemper Sports, what they did with the lease of the golf course, and we had to sustain them. We need to keep the golf course public, municipal. It's an amenity. You do not ask Mr. Gambaro how much $600,000 costs the new recreation center that we all have to pay for. You are not asking why we spend, which I asked for to Mr. Coty, go ahead and spend $3 million so we can reopen those children's splash pads in the Holland Park. The Holland Park cost us more than $17 million to build and open and the splash park. All the other venues we have here, whether parks or sports, we all pay for that. But you know why? Why every other so often time they come here, oh, let's sell the golf course. Let's go look for a reason to sell the golf course. Because it's 147 acres that some willing developer is really wanting to buy, to put those condos there that we fought with blood and sweat since the year 2005 not to be there. It's our golf course. We got it donated. We came here with all these people and all the owners like me around on that old city's community center, you know, raging for our golf course. Do not sell it. Do not lease it. It is a lie. If you sell it, we lose it. We'll be Matanzas Golf Course, and we'll lose our drainage on the area with it. This golf course is supposed to stay municipal, and it's supposed to even, if it can, break even. It's an amenity. We all pay for all the other parks and all the
All
other
right,
sports.
Celia, your time's expired, dear.
So thank you very much, Mayor, for your position.
Yes, sir.
James Janoff. I've been here before. Maybe you all remember. Mr. Miller, you were not here when I was here. I've had the pleasure of meeting with these two gentlemen. Apparently, my little talk last time got someone's attention. I'm hoping it continues to get yours. Although his presentation was very valid, it lacks specifics. And my approach last time is conceptually different than yours in a little bit. I'm not worried so much about the expenses. I think golf courses have expenses, and I don't know enough to be able to stand up here and tell you where your expenses are right or wrong and leases and all that. But what I will tell you is I can do basic math. And your problem has nothing to do with your expenses. Your problem has to do with what you are charging. Your revenue streams, you all, or no one's fault, maybe previous lack of oversight, it really doesn't matter what the reason why is overrated. This is where we are. Well, you had 50,000 golf rounds, approximately, a little more than that, a little less, whichever figure you want to use, played. And we'll continue to do that. You're on pace to do that again this year, from what I've been told. Your average price is $28. You are charging people, and there are people here that probably don't want to hear the prices. I'm a golfer, so I'm talking against my own wallet as well. But the problem is you cannot offer. My wife goes to the movies on Tuesday afternoons. It's $5. Well, why do they charge $5? Because no one goes. You're charging $28 to leagues that are playing on our golf course at prime time during the week. You can't do that. You've got to evaluate what you're charging. Somebody has to dig in there and look at all the different price points you have for all these different things and come up with a realistic approach and what you want to charge to increase your revenue. You have 50,000 rounds. These are not golf courses that aren't profitable. The golf courses that aren't profitable across the country are people that aren't playing on them. You have people playing, and they will continue to play if you charge appropriately. And by the way, you'll end your other problem of the other golf courses complaining that you're not charging enough. So it solves two birds with one stone. But theoretically, if you just look at what you're charging, it's a very easy problem to fix. I've done if you can add and you can multiply and divide, you will come up with the numbers that I came up with. We discussed it. Last but not least, your revenue, you're talking about the annual pass. Don't give up your guaranteed revenue. It's $80,000. You've sold I think it was 400 of those. And in a course where it can rain and all kinds of things, don't give up your revenue, but charge appropriately. Charge the revenue that you're supposed to for non-residents, for leagues, for different things. Give them a free bucket of balls as an incentive to play. You don't have to charge them nothing to play the golf course. As a golfer, I'm willing to pay the proper price. What's fair? Do it for everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Good morning, Nelson Sestoki, W section. Want to just make two quick comments. My grandson, Josiah Moreira, plays on the varsity FPC golf team. And it's quite unfortunate that because of the turbulence and turmoil that has happened, and just in the last 6 months, the coach had to leave Palm Harbor and go to Grand Reserve. So effective yesterday, which was their first match of the season, Grand Reserve is now the home golf course of the FPC varsity boys and girls golf team. And that's, again, quite unfortunate. I hope that can be rectified for the next golfing season. Secondly, I'd mentioned at a previous budget meeting that one of the things that is hurting the golf course, and I love Jamie just as much as everybody in this room, okay, is, Mayor, you called it, or somebody called it a sweetheart deal. I can't use the word that I want to use at the here at the mic of what kind of deal he got, because if Loopers was paying anything, okay, this golf course would not be in the situation that it's in, plain and simple. And lastly, the comment, I know Dennis from his time when he was over at the new SRC, overseeing pickleball, along with JoJo and Laura, which they do a fantastic job. I have full confidence, and I think it's reasonable, Councilman Gambaro, to give Dennis at least 9 months to a year of his leadership, and let's see what the fruits are. And I'm pretty confident, because I know Dennis pretty well. He's a pretty driven guy and pretty smart guy. And I think it's reasonable to give him at least 9 months to see what's going to happen. And I'm pretty sure that the turnaround will begin under his guidance. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
My name's Billy Wood. I'm a member of the Men's Golf Association at Palm Harbor. I used to be a member at another private club. I moved there because it was more cost effective for our family. I ran a business for 40 years. There's a couple of things that just kind of make sense to me. And I thank you for your service. I thank you for your decision today not to sell the golf course. I think we need to give this gentleman a chance to do some things there. I think all of us are willing to pay just a little bit more to make it a better golf course. There's some things that needs to be done, and I see some progress already there. As it relates to the youth playing there for free, I have a 20-year-old son. He's was with First Tee for the last 12 years. If we continue to allow the youth to play there, then we don't have to put so much in the budget for the Sheriff's Department, because if they play golf, they'll stay out of trouble. And I believe that honestly and 100%. I've seen that through football programs. I've seen it in golf. And I think we need to stay with that situation. And the last comment that I'll make is that I think the leasing of the golf carts is the better option. Then we have a guarantee, but we also need to look at the leasing company should, and with other golf courses that I've been involved with, they have to take care of the repairs and the problems and get it where at the end of the lease, we're not having to pay them a bunch of money. That can be negotiated up front with a good golf club provider. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Jeannie Duarte, value versus auction. We know what an auction would do to this property and where it would go. And it's easy to fabricate such a study. You have golfers here offering to assist. They are the ones that have the knowledge and the know-how. I would propose that our golf community create a committee that our staff has to work with. Because I don't think up to this point that staff has proven that they are capable of doing it on their own. So working as a team with the community that are already there and offering to help, I think the staff needs to work hand in hand with them. Doing it on their own isn't working. It hasn't worked. And they said that they can. They say that they can turn it around. So with the help of the golfing community, I think together is how they can turn it around. And no cell towers, 5G cell towers near golf courses and fire stations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Any further public comment? Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Denise Henry, Palm Coast. I just have a comment about loopers. So when their lease ends and they have the option to lease again, I think that we should be able to add things to that lease. For instance, our church, very small, 25 people, have 5-year lease. For 3 years, we were never charged maintenance fees. And this past year, we were slapped with $3,000. And that's a lot of money to make up for a church. So I think that we could add in maintenance fees on their next contract. They don't have to accept it because it's the option to rent, to have the option to rent first. So that's something to consider.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Joe Runak, 7 Courtney Court. Just very happy to hear the attention this is getting at this meeting. I am a homeowner with the backyard is the golf course, 15. That's a very important situation. That's the reason we did buy the home that we did. One thing I did ask last time is Roger seems to me, and I've been a golf for many, many years, an excellent greenkeeper and knows what he's doing. And that any input from him regarding getting a sharper pencil, making this thing work the way it is. Also, we do not have a pro shop, frankly, in the golf course. And many, that's like trying to fight with one hand tied behind your back. And there has to be some consideration for that. Again, in playing golf all around the area, you see, I particularly impressed with Daytona Municipal, where they have actually a tremendous, they must make a lot of money. Again, no expert, but looking at their pro shop, I don't know how we could do that, really, as far as 3 trailers. So anything data, though, today everything's data. If anybody would consider contacting successful pro shops in the area, possibly as a future consideration. My wife, frankly, plays in the women's league, but she eats over at Pine Lakes after the lunch, so we're losing some revenue with this. But Loopers, again, is limited with the size. So, again, just overall, the idea that the course remains in our control. Frankly, it's our golf course, and everybody has opinions about that. But the idea of looking at Ormond Beach has a huge problem with Riverbend Golf Club. If you looked into that, the course, when it changed to control, there were intense tax deals that now are a huge mess. And also, again, our Matanzas course, if anybody could have looked at that years ago, nobody would want the situation that exists today with that. So, and thank you again to all your attention on this. And let's keep the course in Palm Coast control. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Mark Gregoire, just a couple of comments about outsourcing golf course operations. I'm glad we're not going to rush into that right away. I think as long as the golf course stays under city control and city operations, if it starts to turn a profit, as we expect it will, those profits are going to get reinvested in the golf course. If we outsource control to some third party and they start to turn a profit, I'm pretty sure they're not going to invest it in the golf course. The golf course needs new greens, which is a sizable investment. Making the extra dollars over time so that we can replace those greens is something that can only happen if it stays under city management. Right? So nobody's going to take over control of the golf course, generate extra profits by their own efforts, and then put it back into the golf course. They'll come to the city and say, oh, it's time to put
put in new greens, you guys have to pony up the money to do it. So keeping it under city management, I think it's the right decision. I applaud you that that's what you're doing.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
My name is John Raybon. I've been here 27 years. I don't understand if this is part of the Parks and Recreation. Why does it have to be the only part of Parks and Recreation that is self-sustainable? None of the other parks are sustainable. Why do we have to be the only one and make money? Which I think if we make money, that's great. But don't any of our taxpayers' money go back to the golf course instead of to the parks and to the cart paths or bike paths? I'm sorry. That was my only question. Why do we have to be self-sustainable 100%?
Thank you, sir. Any more public comment? Seeing no one come forward, we'll bring it back to the dais. Any follow-ups?
I got some.
Yes, sir.
So to John's question just now, the reason why I view the requirement for the golf course to be cost recovery, so break even or better, is essentially because there's multiple private entities that can also offer golfing, right? So we have other options, whereas like a trail or certain amenities that the city provides as a park, only cities can do that. Only federal, state, city governments can do that type of thing. So nobody else is going to buy a bunch of land and make it a trail and then make it free for everybody, but a city will, a state will, a county will, things like that. So that's the only reason that I view it a little bit different, is because this is kind of a private business that's being operated by the city rather than a park that we don't charge for people to enter the park or things like that. So it's expected that they're just going to cost money over the course of those operations.
Any more follow? No, sir. No, sir. Public comments over. Any further follow-up?
Yeah. I had a few.
We have consensus for the course of action. You good with that, James?
Mr. Miller wasn't finished.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't.
Oh, good. James, I agree with the top line growth. I think that, it's important to have that revenue coming in so we can reinvest within the golf course and make it a better place. So having more money for operations rather than cutting corners and making it less and less desirable to play there. The pro shop mentioned is a good example too of different ways we can provide more revenue. City Attorney, in terms of that 5-year renewal, that's both parties have to agree to that, correct?
No, the first one is an option for loopers. They have an option.
So they are the sole decision maker in that situation.
Yes, and then the second 5-year option is both parties.
Okay.
So that one ends in 3 years. So they have the option to renew that, and then after that, it takes 2 parties.
Okay. Right, so it's likely that we'll continue on that lease for 8 years.
Most likely.
Soon. Sorry, there's a lot of notes, a lot of comments, so I'm just trying to look through all of it. In terms of the concern, there's a couple concerns about it always being a golf course and things like that. My understanding is that the Seminole Woods, there was a application for a land use amendment there to give them entitlements to additional residential.
You mean Matanzas?
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. So I wasn't involved.
At some point there was a change though, right?
Yeah, there was. But the point is there are still issues ongoing with some of the language regarding fairways, view protection zones, et cetera. So, I think it's going to be vulnerable, I guess is the best way to put it, either way, if it's owned by private ownership.
Yeah, obviously anybody, they can only do what's zoned, but they can put in an application to change. We won't be on council in perpetuity. So depends on how things change on council, whether people approve things or not. We live in a world where you can sue for anything. So, potentially they could sue to gain rights or entitlements or things like that. So, the intent in terms of the deed restrictions was that it always is operating as a public golf course, no matter what So there's no intent to sell and let somebody build condos or anything like that. They would revert back to the city. We would have first right of refusal on any changes like that. So there's a backstop there. It's not, it sells and then maybe tomorrow it's now moved for development or something like that. Again, as mentioned, anybody can sue for anything. So there's potential for things like that to go through. But yeah, I don't think I have any other comments to address any of the public commentary.
All right, thank you.
I've stated what I want to state.
Anything else? Okay. Thank you, guys.
Thank you,
Turn it
gentlemen.
around, Dennis, please.
Dennis, I did want to add, in terms of that rate study, the capital improvements, that needs to be incorporated in there as well, right? So that we're laying aside money to pay for those future costs, so to speak.
Mayor, just trying to forecast for the rest of the afternoon. Did you want me to order lunch? Do you want me to? What do you want to schedule a break?
What's the consensus? Everybody want to take a break?
So I actually have to leave for a work engagement at about 5 minutes to 1. So I'd ask that we not break before that, because I know I'm not going to be able to stay here for the entire meeting.
Okay.
So at the very least, if we could wait until then.
Okay, so I'll order lunch. I'll get sandwiches and then have them delivered. While the public is coming in and out, do you have your city manager lists?
I have one.
I already gave mine to you.
Do you mind if we collect those? That way Renina can
I
start.
just lined through them. I didn't do a
I asterisked mine,
spreadsheet.
so yeah.
I gave my list to Rainina already.
Okay.
She has it.
I didn't either.
Jamaica, man.
If you give it to me, I will go give it to
Mayor, if you just lined through yours, I just asterisked mine, and they were able to
Yeah.
make a list from that.
Well, and I got a couple of extra resumes too.
I did too.
All right.
So break at 1 o'clock is what I'm hearing.
Yes, we'll break at 1. All right, we're going to move on to item 3, presentation 3.
Yes, good morning. Carl Cody, Director of Stormwater Engineering. I'm here today to provide an update on the findings of the stakeholder engagement meeting for the adaptive reuse of Fire Station 22. So, individual and collective community input meetings were held on June 12th and July 29th with the goal of identifying community uses for Station 22 and to guide the programming and future design of the existing facility. At the April 8th workshop, Council approved a contract with Forefront Architecture and Engineering, and they subsequently held stakeholder meetings with the various local community organizations identified by Council, along with representatives from Palm Coast Fire Services and city staff. These respective groups provided insight into the organizations and offered suggestions regarding potential uses for the facility and their desired level of involvement. So we'll go over those on the upcoming slides for each entity stakeholder. So the meetings with the stakeholders were formatted to gain insight on some key elements: the vision on the potential purpose of the building, identifying uses of interior and exterior spaces, the respective organizational's function and programmatic needs, specific infrastructure and parking requirements, and their notions on the preservation or reintegration of the building's historical architectural features. So we'll move on to the summary from each stakeholder meeting. So in discussing with the Palm Coast Chamber of Commerce, these were the items that they identified. Preservation priorities included maintaining the architectural style and rebuild the original bell tower. Proposed uses for the facility: offices and rentable meeting space, museum with cafe or restaurant, visitor center, income generating facility through rentals. Infrastructure needs identified additional parking to support increased occupancy. The Flagler County Tourist Development Council identified the community vision, highlight key city attractions, ecotourism, and sports. They identified proposed uses: affordable and accessible meeting spaces, permanent space for the Historical Society, museum reflecting historical evolution of Palm Coast. The focus on community function rather than commercial development. So the Palm Coast Historical Society identified proposed uses and features: historical and art center with event flexibility, open concept museum area with glass bay doors and access to large outdoor patio, reconfigure or relocate pond to improve circulation, catering kitchen, office, storage, flexible meeting rooms, mechanical room, as well as reconstructing the bell tower. And they indicated the current visitor load is 20 to 30 people at peak. Flagler County Cultural Council identified proposed uses: flexible community gathering and exhibit space, catering kitchen for income-generating events, art displays, film presentations, art league programming, outdoor green space and farmers market area. Additional needs: storage, display flexibility for permanent and temporary exhibits. And then the Palm Coast Professional Firefighters identified proposed uses as a fire museum accessible to the public, showcasing of antique fire truck along with fire department memorabilia, hosting of community events, Christmas celebration, Hall of Terror department ceremonies, as relocating their monthly Union Hall meetings from Fire Station 25. And they requested to be active participants in the process. So the common themes and programmatic priorities were meeting rooms and flex space for organizations and community use and potential rentals, a welcome center / museum exhibition space that's public facing, it's educational, it's interactive. A few mentioned a catering kitchen to support events and rentals, office space for historical society and shared use, storage and cataloging rooms for archival, operational, and display materials, historic preservation to rebuild the bell tower and maintain the existing architectural integrity, outdoor use, space for food trucks, vendors, and farmers market, as well as overflow for events, and then infrastructure, needed for the facility, electrical, mechanical, and parking improvements. So with that information, the team put together 3 options of trying to squeeze all that into the fairly small facility that's there. So there's some bubbles here that kind of identify just adjacencies of functions. So you have a museum exhibit space, and then off of that you'd have potentially food prep or food warming or catering kitchen, depending on where that goes, and then a meeting presentation space, and then you'd have your main visitor center lobby, and off of that you'd have restrooms and your support spaces, mechanical, electrical, as well as offices and conference room. So option 1 is pretty much if this building was strictly for historical society, this is probably how it would look. If this next one is the recommended option from the various user groups, even including historical society, this was the preferred option. So the change here is it added in the arts and crafts into this, so it's more of a cultural arts facility rather than just historical. And then the third option, the change is instead of arts and cultural spaces, it would be rentable small conference rooms like exists at the existing community center. So this is where we're at in terms of getting direction from council on the programming elements of which option they prefer to move forward with, and not, would be the next phase would be the design phase and schematic design, and working up a scope and fee with the team to come back to council with that proposal.
Hey, Jane, which one did we come up when we had that meeting over at the community center? Was it option 1?
Option 2.
Option 2? And everybody was happy with that one?
In that meeting, yes.
Yeah. Chief, you were happy with that one? The option 2? Yeah, that's the one we were looking. I went to that one meeting, and that's what we came. Consensus was that one. So
I support option.
I lean in that direction too. I think it gives the most flexibility for all that space to do multiple things for the community.
It's new to me. I would say option 2 makes most sense to me. Also, the community center is right next door. Yes. It has rooms of various sizes for events. So we wouldn't want to go in not competition, but we don't want to duplicate something we already have. And it is not that big a building to start with.
No.
So I think option 2 makes the most sense to me.
I like option 2. I also would really love to see the bell tower rebuilt.
Absolutely. Yeah, any architectural things that we can salvage or highlight within that design would be.
I'll go back to the front cover here showing that bell tower, what it used to look like.
Love it.
So.
Put Garfield on top of it.
Is option 2. It seems like we have consensus on that.
Yes, sir.
You said the next thing is design. They're going to.
We'll put together a scope and fee proposal from them and bring that back to council.
Okay.
It is included in our proposed budget for 26.
All right. Thank you. We have consensus. Any follow-up? Okay. Don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere, Carl. Mr. Hurst, we're going to open this up for public comment. Anyone have any public comments concerning Fire Station 22? Seeing no one come forward, we'll bring it back to the dais. Any last words? You have our guidance, Mr. Hurst.
I have one question. The parking, the expansion of the community center parking, we didn't talk about that in this presentation, but that still goes forward.
Right. We've already approved the design contract for the parking. We started that. We're kind of pausing so we can work out the surrounding elements of this building in with that design, so it's cohesive.
Like the external space and those things.
Correct. If we do have potential space for food truck and access and those sorts of things.
What plan do we have for that walkover? Within that design? I assume there'll be some sort of managed crosswalk.
Yeah, we have a partial pond along Clubhouse Drive, so it will limit the access points across the street, but the goal would be you'd have the signal light, and obviously people aren't going to want to go that far, so we're going to add one probably right at the entrance drive that leads right up to the doorway.
Okay.
So we're trying to work with that with the entrance in this facility and traffic, pedestrian circulation.
It'll be a little bit of a challenge, even though that's just a small stretch of road, there's a lot of, it's pretty busy.
Right, and there's a curve in the road with sight distance as well.
Or people turning around essentially on Palm Coast Parkway. There's a lot of traffic through there.
Yes.
All right, thank you, gentlemen. That's it for that. We're moving on to 4, presentation Palm Coast Aquatic Center, YMCA.
Yes, Mayor, City Council, as James is pulling up the presentation, this was follow-up. You asked us to come back with a proposal for what it would be for the YMCA to manage Frida Zamba Swimming Pool or Palm Coast Aquatic Center. And James and I did meet with their team, and there is a representative today here in the audience with us as well to work through those options, dollars and cents. And there's 3 options that are going to be proposed to you today. Go ahead, James.
All right. Good morning, Mayor and City Council. James Hurst, Director of Parks and Recreation. So today's presentation is the Palm Coast YMCA and Frida Zamba Swimming Pool. As Mrs. Johnson just said, we do have a representative in the crowd. So if you any questions, we can bring her up. So originally, the YMCA did a proposal to the city to assume operations of the pool starting October 1st of 2025. So you saw earlier this morning, our current operational cost at the pool is approximately $500,000. In their proposal, the YMCA requested the city to subsidize the operational cost for the YMCA at $450,000, but the city would continue with maintenance costs of approximately $50,000, and then also adding on some insurance, facility insurance and liability insurance to the facility. So, as the city manager said, we did meet with the YMCA staff, and it was determined that there would be no financial benefit to the city of Palm Coast to have the YMCA operate the Frida Zamba swimming pool. However, there was a discussion that we could work on some sort of partnership with the Y to kind of offer the unique programs that they can bring. And you'll see them in the next slide, but they have like mermaid classes, scuba classes, things like that. So that was the thought, is that we could partner with the Y and kind of work on offering those programs to our community while we manage the swimming pool and continue with some of our lessons. So here is just a quick breakdown of some of the lessons they can offer and what they do offer at some of their facilities at the moment. Some of these we do, some of them are unique, like we tried Mermaid Camp. Would love to bring that back. We do scuba classes, which would be a great asset to our facility, and some water safety classes as well for the schools. And this is just a quick picture of some of their programs. As you can see, they're pretty cool. Scuba classes. And so here are the options that we are proposing to City Council to move forward on. So we would maintain operations of the pool is the first option. The second option would be to partner with the YMCA. We would maintain operations until the new pool is built. And then after speaking with both parties, this is what we would prefer. And that, or the YMCA takes over pool operations with the city continuing the maintenance of the facility and infrastructure. And that concludes our presentation. So if you have any questions for the YMCA, they're here to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, sir. Any comments from the council?
Yeah, I just have a question. When we're talking about number 2, what does this partnership look like? Like how?
It would be more of a, they would kind of come in, do some programming that we cannot get to because of just staffing numbers, things like that. Maybe offer some more swim lessons, more private lessons. Maybe do, the mermaid class, mermaid camp. These are the things that we just can't do with the staff we got because, lifeguard, they're experiencing the same thing, lifeguard shortages, staffing shortages. So if we can kind of combine that, we think that would be a great opportunity.
So I guess my question is, would it be additional cost to the city in terms of budgetary implications for this programming, or would that programming be costed at, whatever the needs are?
We actually talked about a revenue share. So if they're using our facility, but it's their staff, then maybe we could split the revenue because it's enhanced programming. I'm sorry, they had me at mermaid class. I've got an almost 4-year-old, and this is right up her alley. And then, we are a seasonal facility. So when there are times that we're closed, we're looking at the ability to have our members go to their facilities that are still operational.
And we're at very early days. Probably after this, depending on the consensus of this meeting, if we do go with option 2, then we would start this meeting with the YMCA and kind of working out the fine details.
Yeah, so for me, if we're looking at it from a financial standpoint, it's basically break even, and then you say, okay, well, maybe option 3 provides a little bit more programming, right? A little higher service level, potentially. But option 2 gives us that without having to change anything. So to me, option 2 looks like the right option. I don't know what everybody else thinks.
I agree. I think option 2 is the best way to go. We can offer more programming, but still allow operations to kind of stay status quo while we work on our new YMCA. I'm with option 2 as well.
I'd agree with option 2. Same reason that it keeps us in the ballpark and in the game as we move towards ultimately the YMCA.
Thank
Option
you, sir.
2. I'm good.
Everybody's on board with option 2. Any further discussion? We'll open it up for public comment. Anyone have any public comment concerning the pool and the YMCA? Yes, ma'am.
My main concern about the pool and also the Southern Recreation is the hours open on Sunday, because it doesn't afford people who go to church to have time and enjoy these facilities when Sunday's their day of relaxation. So if the Y would take over the operations of basically the same cost in our budget, would those hours be expanded? I think that's what we need to look into, or look into our own park and recreation, expanding hours on Sundays in both of those locations.
And we did that. We are open Sundays. Yeah, but we were closed on Sundays, and we are now open on Sundays at the pool.
But what I'm talking about being open
longer.
5.
Yep.
5,
Okay.
because 2 p.m. by the time I get out of church, go have lunch and dinner, it's closed.
All right, thank you, Ms. Henry. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, George Mayo, Palm Coast. Both my wife and I do use the Frida Zamba pool, maybe infrequently at times, but we do use it. It seems every time we go there, it's pretty, I don't want to say full, but it's being used in all lanes and just the adult walking lanes. There are people with the lap lanes being used. There are always children and everything in the other lane. So I'm hoping you don't cede too much control over the YMCA if all of a sudden we go there or other people go there just to relax and just in the walking side and say, oh, you can't come because we have scuba diving. And, oh, we're closing this off and you can't do lap lanes today. So I just hope you don't cede too much control so that anybody goes there and say, yeah, you can't come today or you can't swim today or, et cetera. So that's something to think about. And just going there, I just want to laud everybody that works there. They do a fantastic job with the lifeguards are always on guard. They're always attentive, and they keep it running very nicely and clean. So kudos to them and your staff there. Thank you.
Thank you, George. Yes, sir.
My name is Ralph Lane from the Palm Coast F section. I have a question for James. Where is this YMCA?
Where?
Yeah, where is it?
It will be proposed next to the stage at Town Center, so just
Oh, it's not here yet.
No, not yet, no.
Oh, so we're talking about something.
In the future, yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Any further public comments? Seeing no one come forward, we'll bring it back to the dais. Any follow-ups?
I just have one question to confirm. So I would assume we have to enter into an agreement with the YMCA for this arrangement, right? So will it come back before City Council?
Yes, we'll work through that in the next couple of weeks.
So when we bring it back, to Mr. Mayo's point, let's just make sure we're being mindful of open lanes versus programming versus all those things.
Sure.
All right, thank you. Anything else? Good. All right, thank you, James. We're moving on. Well, you stay where you're at. We're moving on the presentation 5, the Southern Recreation Center.
Poor James, this is like his agenda day. He's had like 4 presentations. Mayor, City Council, as you requested, we received a grant from the USTA of about $700,000 for 5 additional courts. And part of that grant process was for the USTA to submit an assessment and management services proposal to us. So James has their presentation, and they are here in the audience with us today, as well as when we've talked about these facilities before, Vice Mayor, you've mentioned looking at apples to apples and what is the facility operating at current. So James put together a presentation with what's currently going on at the facility as well. So go ahead.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having us back today. And thank you, James, for being the clicker and for all of your help as we put this on. So just a reminder to the team of who we are. You can go to the next slide. There you go. Okay. So we've been here before, but just for a reminder for those that are new to us, we are a nonprofit volunteer-run association. So we are the governing body of tennis in Florida, but our mission is actually to promote and develop tennis for all. We currently operate 4 public tennis centers across the state. We have been doing that for about the last 7 years. And in addition to that, we invest millions of dollars in public park infrastructure every year. We're one of the few NGBs that actually offers millions of dollars in public park grants and support. It's one of the things we're most proud of. The other thing that is important to know about us is everyone who works for us, whether they're a staff person, a coach, any type of provider, and all of our volunteers that volunteer on our board and for our advisory teams meet very stringent safe play requirements, and we adhere to all legal standards when it comes to what we're offering on the court. So we did partner with the City of Palm Coast. We've been doing that for a couple of years now. I think my first time here was in 2023. And there are really 4 things that we are providing to you. The first thing is, as Ms. Johnson mentioned, we funded the expansion and improvement of the tennis courts at the Southern Recreation Center. That work, thanks to your team, was completed in December of 2024. and it is now considered a best-in-class facility in the state, and we're very proud of that. We also, with permission from this group and from the staff, we conducted...
Ma'am, I've got a quick question for you.
Oh, yeah, please, go ahead.
So when you say funded, you're talking about the $700,000 grant?
Correct.
Okay. And just to be clear, we provided, what, $1.2 million as part of that partnership? Okay.
Yep. You're welcome. We did conduct a community outreach process in the months of March and April, and we really wanted to identify what the residents want most from this facility, so we did a couple of things there. We hosted a community outreach day at the facility. We invited all members of this council. We invited the staff through Ms. Johnson, and we invited the entire community to come out and join us. We also invited Flagler County School Board members to come to that day as well. We had all of our advisory team members there, and then we had a survey that was open for 2 months following that event. It was important for us that everybody had an opportunity to provide us with their feedback. The third part of that was to provide a full assessment report, and we did that at the end of May. We sent that via email to the city, to the council members, and also to Lauren, and we certainly offered a letter where we were happy to present that to you, and that is included in the packet we submitted for this meeting. And then lastly, based on what's developed over the last couple of months, we decided to offer a draft proposal for management services that would meet those residents' needs, provide full staffing services for tennis and pickleball, and hopefully save your taxpayers some money. So that's where we're at today. So here's what
a question on
yes,
that.
Please.
How would you save the taxpayers' money?
Great question. So a couple of things. You talked a lot about staffing today, so absorbing all of the staffing that goes into both tennis and pickleball services at the facility, customer service, IT requirements, so we provide full point-of-sale system. We also cover all of the benefits, everything related to the staffing of those.
So I'm a bit confused because it was my understanding that the management agreement was really only for instructional and programming, and that the city would still maintain the facilities. Is that accurate?
There is some language in the proposed contract where it does indicate that some of those expenditures would still remain the city's responsibilities.
Okay. I think it needs to be more specific. I will tell you, based on what the materials that I have, I'm not prepared to make a decision on this today, because to me it's unclear what we would still be responsible for versus what USTA would be responsible for, and I have not seen a cost comparison to then what we would be paying USTA, because it's my understanding money would be going out.
That's not what's included in our contract.
Okay, well, that's part of the problem, and that's why I'm saying I'm just not prepared today to make a decision, because I haven't been able to compare the current, what we have there currently doing instruction and providing these services versus what it would look like if USTA were to come on board. So I'm just saying, generally speaking, from my position, that's where I'm at, and that's why I asked the question, because my understanding of what the dichotomy of management would be, I don't think we're on the same page here.
And may I answer that in terms of the materials that we presented to you, and hopefully, I don't know what was sent to you, but we did do a side-by-side comparison chart. That's in a Word document. We also provided, as part of our packet in our assessment, we provided a budget chart that showed the amount, the cost savings that would be offset. That's in the assessment report. And we had provided a draft contract which did outline scope of work and terms. So we provided 5 documents as part of this material.
City Mayor, were we provided these?
Yes, that was emailed to you, and I copied Laura and James and the team. I believe I sent it last week.
City Manager, was this presentation intended for a decision or just information only?
We have to give direction.
Yeah. Okay. Just for everybody to consider. I mean, we just went through the whole piece of the golf course about not being comfortable in outsourcing there. I'd be reluctant to make the same argument here because of, just trying to ensure we're fair and consistent across the board, right?
Yeah, so I do see on August I'm sorry, August 20, which last Thursday, so 4 days ago, the materials sent to us from Ms. Johnston regarding the USTA, and I apologize. I mean, I don't know how many emails you all get. I know I get a ton. I didn't realize that those were what we needed to essentially rely on in order to give direction for today. So I apologize for whatever my part in that is, but I'm with you, Councilman. I think this needs to be tabled until, it doesn't sound like anybody has looked at those. I won't speak for anybody, but I'm not prepared to make a decision on this today.
Well, I think I looked at some of the documents, and I thought they were in the packet, because I didn't go that far back, because I looked at the email. And my main concerns is staffing, and maintenance of the facility. And I read in there that they will maintain the courts and all that stuff, all the play courts. But my biggest concern is like the building maintenance, the grounds maintenance, all of the staffing that goes along with that facility. Right now, James, how many personnel do we have working at the Southern Recreation Center?
For maintenance or just in general?
Total.
We have about 8 to 10 employees, yeah.
8 to 10 employees. And would the USTA absorb that staff and pay those salaries and benefits?
In the proposal, I don't think so. I mean...
So they would be supervising people that work for the city?
Yes, if we were to take over the community...
That's not correct. What's in our proposal is that we would supervise all of the staff. The customer service, what James provided me was there are 15 staff persons there. He provided me with what they do in terms of the services provided, and so that's what we would absorb. We would absorb the salaries, the benefits, the health insurance. We do this at 4 other locations in the state.
So we'd be able to reduce our staff by what the number you just gave was 15.
According to what James provided me before we prepared our side-by-side.
And then you have to consider the grounds maintenance and all the building as far as that's concerned. Because it's like a hands-off. You know, if you're going to run it, you maintain it. If you, as they say, if you occupy it, you own it. So that's my main concern.
And I'm not looking for a decision today. We were asked initially to come on July 22nd to present to you. Mm-hmm. That was not feasible, and at the time there was another contract being done with a third party. Mm-hmm. So we met with Lauren and James and asked some additional clarifying questions. James was kind enough to provide us with the information we needed. Mm-hmm. And so that's why we're here today. We're not asking for a decision, but we wanted to make sure you had the full assessment report, all the materials, and based on what James had provided us, that we could provide you with that side-by-side. The assessment also highlights the additional programs you would get. So the questions you asked to the YMCA were good ones. These are the additional programs all highlighted in the assessment on top of what you already provide, less cost absorbing the staff. And my understanding is that some of the maintenance is provided from your maintenance, not direct to that facility, but from your facilities maintenance team. That would continue. So again, that's really the point of today, was to give you guys all the information you had requested so you could take the time and analyze.
Yeah, and I apologize if I came off as faulting you all. I'm not, you know, it's as much my fault because, you know, when these materials were emailed, I just didn't appreciate that this was what we needed to essentially rely on to make a decision on this issue. I would like to see, and I'm not going to rush through these documents right now because this is an important decision. But what I would also like to see is from staff I guess a cost comparison from you. So after looking at their materials, what do we pay right now, staff? What are our costs that would then be absorbed by USTA so that we can actually do that apples to apples? So where'd you get this?
Well, I think I wrote down the current Southern Recreation is $761,000 a year.
We can run that and bring that back to you.
Okay. Yeah, I think we should table it and try to do that. No offense to you, man. It's just to get us caught up on the
It's the right decision.
Yeah, and I'm happy to communicate back to my board. The only thing that I would just like to share for the public and others is that we did send the original assessment at the end of May, and so my board is very interested in moving forward or having a decision. So I will report back to them that it's been tabled, but if there can be a date certain in the future that it would be considered, that would be wonderful.
Next workshop, right?
Is that good for you, City Manager? Next workshop? Did you look at the schedule?
Sure. That would be September 9th. It's an evening meeting.
Okay, that's it. Grand. That's grand. We have more participation from the public at large. So
Thank you.
I apologize.
No, you're okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Mayor, I would just like to reiterate that we just went through this very similar assessment on the golf course, and since it is the will of this council, the decision that was just made on the golf course, I'd be reluctant to support outsourcing.
Yeah.
If we're going to be fair and consistent across the board.
Well, the same thing with a golf course. If we were to move forward with, outsourcing that to someone else, I would expect them to absorb those, because it reduces the liability, well, not liability, the cost to the city if we get rid of salaries and benefits. If they absorb that and we can cut staff, I have no problem with that.
And there's multiple levels to it too. I think this proposes that they're generating the revenue, right, and then reducing our costs, whereas
they keep all the revenue as well.
Right. And so similarly, like if it was YMCA operating for Dizamba, I think that was a similar model. However, the golf course, I don't think we would operate under them keeping the revenue. We would just be paying somebody a flat fee to operate it, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, no, that's a good comparison too. What else? The other thing I would like to see is the other 4 locations that they're currently managing. If we could be emailed that, just so that we could take a look at those locations. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just saying it's a terrible look if we were to go down that road.
Yes.
Oh, I agree with you that we should be consistent if it makes sense. Absolutely.
Okay, with that being said, it's 10 till the hour. We want to break until 15 after. Are we good with that? Well, we're going to deal with the city manager stuff.
Yeah, I have.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Hold on, Mr. Mayor. So you guys did not take any official action. You're not required to do public comment. If you would like to, you're more than welcome.
Okay, we'll give it a couple of minutes for public comment. Do we have anyone that wants to make a public comment?
I'm
We
sorry.
need consensus. But
Well, can we let people make public comment? Because this has been percolating for a
It
while.
has been. Forgive me, because I do unfortunately have a necessary work engagement. I just, and I'll go back and listen to the public comment. I always go back and listen if I haven't had to leave, I think, one other time. But just really quickly, since I will have to go before the last thing, I already gave my list to city manager for the people I'd like to narrow it down to. My one piece of input on the city manager issue is unless there are 3 votes, at least 3 votes for each person, I don't think there's any point in advancing anybody forward, because the chances of getting consensus, if they don't have 3 votes now, the chances of getting consensus later on, I think, are pretty slim to nil. So I just wanted to throw that out there. I don't want to open up a can of worms, but since I have to go, I wanted to kind of.
I have one more thing to say. For the city manager search, I've already discussed this.
I'm sorry, Marcus. I know I threw a wrench in.
Lauren, just let me go. I'm going to ask for a week extension on my input anyway. So I do not have my input ready today, and therefore I'm going to ask for an extension on that.
Can we table this too? Because we got 2. One that's and.
Well, I'd like to discuss it because I think I've got 2 candidates that are worth talking about.
Okay.
So this is what I'm going to recommend. Ms. Pontier's got to go.
Leave if we do.
We are on public comment for this item. That's another item that you guys can discuss later down.
Okay. Let's have public comment. I'm sorry.
So sorry. I'm so sorry.
This is a workshop. It's a little bit less formal. Yes, sir.
Mayor Norris, council, thank you for the opportunity. My name is Dan Gibson. I am the Northeast Regional Manager for the Florida Pickleball Team League. I sent you a letter earlier in the year. I just wanted to introduce myself because all the stuff went on with the rec center. I want to make sure you know who your pickleball community is. We all started out chasing balls up at Holland Park, putting up our temporary nets and getting into the game of pickleball. You provided us a beautiful facility. We started into this pickleball league last year. 2024 was our first season. We had 2 gold medal winners come out of Palm Coast. You provide us the facility. This year, we had 21 teams go to the state championships. We won 17 gold medals and 3 silver. You provide us the facility, you get the best pickleball players in the state. So please, any decisions made with regard to the rec center, workshops, please include us. We have over 500 members. We live and breathe the game and just want to be part of the decision. I have some cards if y'all want to look at them.
Yes, sir. If you give them to the clerk, please. Were you conclude? You're done with your comments? Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon. I'm Agnes Lightfoot. I live in Palm Coast, and I am a tennis player at the Recreation Center. Before you make a decision about USTA, I want to make sure you include some things. And one thing important is that almost all the employees at the tennis center are part-time. So yes, you would be able to move them over, but they don't have benefits and whatever. So we're not talking about a big thing. Okay, and also with the USTA, do we include in that contract maintenance of the facility? It's clay courts, and that's very important because we don't want questions later about, okay, this is not done or that's not done, because that's not a good situation. So those are the things that we absolutely think is key to running the facility. We want the tennis tournament happens every January, February to come back. But we not necessarily strongly want them there all year long managing the place. We can do it if the city council allow more money to pay the employees that are there. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, Mrs. Lightfoot, in that contract or the documents that I read through, they would maintain the courts.
Yes, George Mayo, Palm Coast. Good afternoon. When asked how many employees are there, I heard the figure of, 10 to 12 to 13. I think before you step into this, you should have every employee delineated. You know what their jobs are. You know how long, if they're part-time or full-time employees. USTA is a well-funded organization, and good for them. But are they just going to take the easy jobs and all their employee does is teach tennis or pickleball? It sounds like if we have all city employees right now, if they aren't teaching for a couple hours, I have a feeling they may help out somehow in maintaining, and just cleaning up and doing some things. So is the USTA only going to take the easy jobs and leave the rest for the city to maintain and do all this? And make sure, as I said, you have the exact number of how many people are working there and what their jobs are, so you could say, okay, they're taking 5 jobs and they're taking these jobs, and then we have to take care of this. But know what you're getting before you do it. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Vasilnikov, Palm Coast. I'll speak as a tennis player.
Bring it up.
But also,
sir.
Also as a taxpayer, and we have to find the balance that everybody will be happy. I remember the city and now the county was looking for taking multi-million dollars loan to build sports facility somewhere up west, hoping that somehow it will generate economic benefits for the city. Now we have world-class facility ready here. We have world-class management association already invested there and ready to invest further and to bring their management expertise and the way how they know how to promote all the racket sports and bring the young people, keep them out of trouble, and bring them to those racket sports that are sports for life. It's not like playing basketball or football that once you're out of school, you forget it. This is a sport that you play for life, and it's a family sport also. So it's a no-brainer for me that, assuming that they'll absorb all the expenses, including the maintenance, we have to go with this option. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Hello, I'm Mary Routson. I am a pickleball player and not a tennis player. I'm not real happy with USTA coming in because if you look at the annual pass holders that you have at the SRC, there's 5 times more pickleball players than there are tennis players. And yet we have less courts of pickleball than we do of tennis. They are a very well organized run company, and for tennis they can do anything they want to do. But all of the activities that they have listed that they want to do, our city staff is already doing them. So I don't understand where you're going to get the money or what benefit you will get from USTA that you're not already getting now with less staff than what they're proposing. So the bottom line is you're going to reduce your salaries, but that's it, because you're going to have to still pay for the maintenance of the buildings and all of that infrastructure. I don't see where you're getting anything. They're going to keep your revenue. They're going to jack up our prices so that they can continue with all the big maintenance of their tennis courts and not our pickleball courts. So I really would appreciate it if y'all take a hard look at this and make sure that you do it right for the citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Chantal Preninger. I tried pickleball over there and loved it. But that being said, here's my thought. People have many needs, many ideas, but whatever program that it be, golf, tennis, or something else, in the end should not be an entitlement at the expense of the city, but be self-funded.
Thank you, ma'am. Any further public comment? Seeing no one come forward, we'll bring it back to the dais. Any follow-ups?
So we'll put this on your agenda for September the 9th.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you, James. And I say we recess for 15 minutes and we can come back and discuss. I need a break. We could take a 15-minute break, come back. Yep.